Yes, we're just waiting for Mr. May and just 1 second.
If Ryan is on, Madam Clerk, tell him I will be calling him in a couple minutes.
He's right beside me. He's listening. Okay. Mr. President, will you begin?
So, good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop session of this Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. We will call for Municipal Council workshop session of December 8, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Tom.
Here.
Councilman Davlin. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Nix.
Here.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Here. Here, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. You may continue, Mr. President. All right.
So, Madam Clerk, will you read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021. Meeting date December 8th, 2020. Time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 and about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Whiskater International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of the regular meetings of the Municipal Council was made to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Public portion. And this public portion will begin at 8 p.m. And one who wishes to participate in the public portion may dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. I repeat the number, 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. And this is for during the public portion, which begins at 8 p.m. Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Will we get a motion for payment of bills?
Sure, Council President, Madam Clerk. There are 2 payment of bills. First, let's do a regular payment of bills. It is in the amount of $21,464,301.33. There is a payment to the Board of Education in the amount of $4,541,270.58. And there are waste management payments. I make a motion.
Move it.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Motion by Councilman Mills and second by Councilman Mendez.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion for a minute.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, I just want to bring up something. There's something that's a little bit disturbing. If the VA could take notice of this and have communication with the garbage disposal company. You know, now with COVID and all this situation going on, a lot of people are being home. There's more people utilizing more garbage. And there's more people, disposing more garbage in the collection. Please let them know to not ignore nothing out there at all. If they see a mattress, one single mattress, please let them know that they have to pick it up and dispose it. You know, especially if the mattress are covered, if they follow protocols and rules about plastic and everything.
They don't do that.
And the thing, they're not doing it. You know, they just picking and choosing what they want to take, and sometimes it's a little bit discouraged. I know Councilman Jackson's always on top of this, but I need to have them to catch up with the game. You know, if our city looks dirty, they have to put a little effort to do the collection the right way. You know, especially in the fifth ward, I've been always telling people to use the 30-gallon disposal and try to put it on the curb or stick it out a little bit so they could notice it. But, you know, they have to do a little bit more diligent work than just throw cans all the way around and just pick and choose whatever they want to take, you know. So I just want to bring that up. Councilman, thank you.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, just to Madam Clerk. When did they send out the payment of bills?
Friday.
Friday, correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
I have not received the payment of bills. If any of my council colleagues could send it to me, please. I'm usually pretty good with finding things, but I did not receive. Who sent it Friday?
It was sent from the city council office.
In the packet.
It was in the packet and it was also emailed.
Yeah, the email. I didn't receive the email on Friday. Usually her name's not.
Great. It's correct.
Yeah, I don't have it from Friday.
I have read just forwarded to you at this point.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you know what, I got it, payment of bill, she sent it through the, alright, I got it, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just need Billy to, say something about the garbage contracts. You know, I understand that people are home and I see what's sometimes out there. And what I know for a fact that people landlords clean out their apartments. And I have seen garbage taking up 3 houses. So, you know, Billy, you need to iterate for the TV, for the public, what they can take and what they will not take. I think the community needs to understand that.
Alright, well, on the, as far as mattresses go, as long as it's covered in plastic, they'll take it. They're not gonna take they won't take a mattress that's, not on their, let's say, that's not on their route. They're not gonna take, if it's not in front of a house, if it's on a corner, something like that, they're not gonna, that's not part of their contract. One piece of furniture, with their regular garbage, that's in, reusable cans.
Just say, you know, they're not gonna take the mattress if it's not covered in plastic. They're not picking it up. Now, either DPW gonna go pick it up, somebody's gonna have to come pick it up, seem like it. Now, and I'm saying, and we've been having problems with this, you know, it's more than one piece of furniture, Director. It's you know, I think that we eventually need to set aside a day when people can bring stuff to the yard or to somewhere to get rid of stuff that Roselli is not going to pick up. I think that I'm not a DPW committee, but they need to put something together like the county does. Maybe every 2 or 3 months you can go here to take stuff. Because you see it, you know, the garbage is being left all over it, everywhere. It's being left. So I think the community needs to understand what they're going to take and what they're not going to take.
If the administration wants to do a bulk day, then that's something they have to implement through the council. Right now, the city of Paterson doesn't have a bulk day, put out. I don't believe the state county has one either, but, the mattress and the furniture with the regular garbage,
Council President,
So,
Okay, that's fine. I know what the state county do, but them cities in the state county does.
so,
Like Woodland Park, Wayne, they got book day, maybe once every 2 or 3 months.
but we'll bring this back to committee, please, and have this discussion in committee. We have a very long agenda. This is important, but this is not gonna get resolved right now. So, if you want to just continue, with the bills list, I can discuss this in committee, and then bring it back, to a next workshop or something of that nature. Any other questions pertaining to the bills list? Right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for the regular payment of bills in the amount of $21,464,301.33. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mitch.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $21,464,301.33 hereby adopted.
So I would like to make a motion for the second payment of bills for COVID in the amount of $287,785.68. The invoices and details are attached.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for COVID-19 payment of bills in the amount of $287,785.68. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mitch.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills for COVID-19 is hereby adopted.
Letting them know.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
At this, I think someone's had their mic on. At this time, Madam Clerk, we're gonna entertain a presentation from the administration pertaining to the reassessment company we previously had. So we have some questions for them. Is the administration ready, or should we continue, with the agenda?
Council President,
Marge, are you there? And Rich, I don't know who is starting.
I'm here. I don't know. Ryan, is the program ready for the presentation?
Council President.
So I'm gonna council over this, please.
Yeah.
So, I guess we're not ready yet, so we're gonna continue the agenda.
So, Council President.
Who's that?
Me, Councilman Velez. The reason I was interjecting is that if these individuals are going to present, it's good that you gave them time, because we don't wanna be all night listening to the same thing all night.
They are time, they have a presentation, I could, basically speed it up, depending on how it goes.
Okay.
I have continued to ask them questions. We just have a company that we hired for years, that was supposed to inspect 100% of the properties, 25% per year. And there's a lot of questions, a lot of concerns from the public, a lot of discrepancies, according to the homeowners. And we just have to get some clarification for them and ask some questions. That's what we have before us.
Mr. President, are you Gonna give them some more time, or you want us to move on?
No, we're gonna continue that, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so when you want us to move on to our second reading ordinances, which is item number 5.
Let me ask you, Council President, was it on the agenda that we was having a presentation?
It is not, Councilwoman.
There.
Oh, it's not, okay.
So let's continue with the second reading ordinance.
Yes, Mr. President. Second reading ordinances. Item number 5. This is a 30-minute parking between 15 and Park Avenue. This was taken from the meeting of November 10th because it was not properly published, and that's why it's on this meeting. So we should be good. That was the reason why it's placed on this meeting.
Mr. President,
Thank you, by the way, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, Councilman Velez.
I just want to let you notice that the number 5, also number 6, 7, 8, and all the one that's on second reading was discussed thoroughly in committee, and the proper documentation should be attached to the ordinance and the footwork regarding the 30 minutes parking zone. Remembering that this 30 parking zone failed on the second reading, but doing the diligent work, we brought it back and to clarify it for the second reading again to pass it.
All right, so we have to subscribe.
No, let me ask, what you gonna say differently on number 5 that you just said before? Okay,
Floor, please.
okay,
Just like we're in the chambers, right?
okay, that's all, I have my hand up, that's all.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilor Velez, what's gonna be a difference for number 5? Cause it failed last time, I think it was 4-4. What's different that you bring it before us that we should go with that?
Well, let me be honest. Honest with this situation. I have in front of me the transcript of the last meeting.
I know because.
Councilwoman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I have in front of me, since they requested to put it back to the agenda in the first reading, and I asked the same question, what's different? And the difference was lack of communication between how to present this particular item. So I accept this excuse, and we brought it back, and we went a little bit further and speak to the owner, once again, speak to the owner of the property. Did a survey myself about the needs of that one parking space. I explained to everybody out there, and it's not gonna take the whole block, and it was justified in the first reading, and the second reading, and in the committee meeting, so it's back again. I believe,
Councilman.
yeah.
Also, council members, especially with me, the issue was, we didn't even have the pictures attached to this, right? So I didn't know what I was approving, right? I knew the whereabouts, but now we have also the picture there. And again, this was supposed to be in November, and the reason it was removed is because there was an error in the resolution.
Right.
Or in the agenda, it was not advertised. Sometimes.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I can speak. It was from my end. It was published, but it was not correct in the newspaper, and we have to ask them to republish it. That was the reason why it was taken from that meeting to this meeting. I had to table it to this meeting.
All right, so
You're good, Council President.
yeah, let's just move it along. So 5, 6.
Correct.
And 5, 6, 7. We're just gonna move, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so 5 and 6 is good for second reading, so we have 7 and 8. 7 is all way to
Yes.
control, that's good.
Correct.
And number 8, those are handicap parking spaces.
Correct. Also, Council President, just remind you that we have, also for number 8, in committee, we discussed amending the ordinance for handicap. It's gonna be soon presented to committee, is already getting ready, and is gonna present it to the council regarding how strictly we are going to get regarding people reserving their parking space and leaving the car behind the handicap space, et cetera. So some action is gonna be taken on the aspect of handicap, put in order in how people violated their privilege of handicap. So it was spoken in real deep in committee. It's gonna come in front of us in the next workshop that we have. So, people are gonna be real satisfied in enforcement regarding the handicap situation in our city. But beside that, unless there's something in DPW, I just wanna save a lot of time.
Councilman,
Yeah.
you made your statement, can we move, to the
Oh,
next?
yeah. Yeah, we can move, yeah.
Mr. President, when you are ready, IT is ready with the presentation regarding the reval company.
All the second reading,
Yeah, there are just 4 items for the second reading. So
so let's start the presentation at this time.
okay, so, IT is ready, so.
And it's try to be brief because we are gonna have some questions from the council members.
Martin, you may go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, good evening, Council President and members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation to you this evening regarding the city's 4-year reassessment program and the revaluation that preceded the reassessment program. We needed this opportunity to make a presentation. There have been some controversial ideas about this particular program, and so I felt that it was necessary to have an explanation given to the entire governing body so that it would facilitate the understanding and the next steps as to what the administration and the governing body will do together in tandem regarding essentially a reassessment program, if it should continue or not, and if not, then what are the consequences. So this evening, we have with us the tax assessor, Richard Narada, and the assistant tax assessor, Bill Beachy, as well as, and they will be walking through the PowerPoint presentation for your understanding. And then at the end of the presentation, we'd like to entertain questions if you have any or concerns. We also have the former vendor here who completed the 4-year reassessment program, and he will be here to make a little bit of a presentation at the end if time allows and to answer questions as well. So without further interruption, Richard, are you here?
Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
great. Council President, thank you, and thank you members of the council for allowing the assessment department to appear and discuss the reassessment program. On the screen, you can see we have a brief PowerPoint, and I'll just read through it. What is a revaluation? Amounts appraisal of the entire city at one time as of a single point in time. Revalues and adjusts the city's taxable and non-taxable property assessments. Required by state law every 10 years to bring assessment more in line with the current market values of real estate. That's a key thing right here. Current market values of real estate. When a municipality doesn't voluntarily take action, the county may order the municipality to perform the reevaluation with state's approval. Ordered when the equalization ratio deviates from 100% of true market value. Revaluation inspectors and appraisers physically inspect each property to document and value each one. Brian, can we have the next? What is a reassessment program? A value maintenance program which recalculates all assessed values annually based upon sales data for the prior year. The program requires approval of the state and requires that at least 25% of the total properties are inspected and reassessed on an annual basis. Usually conducted over a 4-year cycle, with 100% of the properties viewed and documented at the end of the 4 years. A revaluation normally precedes the undertaking of a reassessment program and may be renewed. Inspectors attempt to access properties' interiors and and may be refused. If this happens, the appraiser, by law, may make 2 more attempts for a total of 3 attempts. What is the purpose of a revaluation and reassessment program? It is the equitable appointment of property taxes based on property values, where each property owner is paying their fair share of the cost of government. And the key here is a fair share of each property. We can't make it unequal. It has to be equally fair to everyone. History of Paterson's revaluation and reassessment program. In 2005-2006, the city went through a revaluation. The city completed its first revaluation in many decades at a cost of $1.9 million. The equalization ratio was 9.52% of 100%, way off the market value. The revalued assessment were recorded in 2006. In 2007 to 2009, we experienced a great recession and the economic fall into a tumble and downturn, resulting in sharp and rapid decline of property values and created a deviation between the city's assessed values and market values. As you can see on the screen, the reevaluation appeal and refund data for year 2010 all the way to 2014, there was a total of almost $20 million in refunds out of the city's budget. These refunds usually become a surprise to the city and take vast amounts of money that were geared up and supposed to be supporting other aspects of the city. But we have to pay the refunds, and they come out regardless of, whether you want to pay them or not, they have to be paid. So $897 million was paid out over a 5-year period. In 2014 to 2015, we had a revaluation. A new revaluation was ordered in 2014 at a cost of $2 million. The revalued assessments were recorded in 2015. This returned the citywide assessments near to 100% market values, allowing for a decrease in the number of appeals and tax refunds. From 2017 to 2020, we entered a reassessment program. In 2017, the city initiated a reassessment program in an effort to maintain property assessments as close to 100% market value and reduce the number of annual appeals. The program was for 4 years, from 2017 to 2020. During these years, the appeals, tax refunds, and tax rates decreased and stabilized. It's important that you notice that all 3 items decreased. If you notice on the chart above, it cost in refunds almost $6 million, which was another 5-year period, as opposed to the $20 million, which was the 5-year period before that. So we saved, just about $14 million in refund dollars to the citizens of Paterson. Reassessment program has worked successfully to update records, maintain property assessments, and defend appeals at the county and state levels. Should the city discontinue the program, the assessors do not have the ability to increase nor decrease assessments other than added improvements or demolition adjustments. Thus, the city will experience unpredictable annual fluctuations in property assessments based primarily on annual tax appeals. There will be no correction to reflect true market value near 100% until the city performs another revaluation. The lack of annual reassessments across the board creates inequity among property owners. It is due to the benefit of increasing net value through the reassessment program that the city has avoided large increases or spikes in the tax rates. The program allows for annual increases in the assessments, which allow for the tax rate to stabilize. And it shows an average tax bill over the last couple of years. It decreased slightly, but not a lot. It was a difference of $72 from 2019 to 2020, which is a small amount. What are the benefits of a property tax reassessment program maintenance? Next slide. There's 12 items here. I don't want to read through each one for you, but the benefits allow for a continued stabilization of assessments for the city and the citizens of Paterson. This allows for a slight increase over year to year of tax increases, and it doesn't create any wide variety of tax jumps or spikes that we've seen in the past. Next slide. What happens if what happens next if the city discontinues the reassessment program? Well, to start, we have to send out Chapter 91 income and expense statements to all commercial properties. That costs for us to do about $20,000. This was a cost that was included in the reassessment program, and the reassessment company did it annually, and they stored these Chapter 91 files and created them and used them to work on tax appeals at no extra cost to us. So this is already included in that program that we had. Now we're going to have to take on this $20,000 cost ourselves. So right off the bat, it's a $20,000 increase. The assessor's department is really a skeleton crew at this point. We have about 4 or 5 people that work in the office. We have 1 part-timer, and it's really not staffed properly to handle a city of this size. Jersey City, which is probably about 3 times the size in ratables than us, has 7 assessors on staff. We have 2. So, just to show you, we're really understaffed in the city of Paterson. So we would really have to hire probably about 4 people to bring our staff up to snuff. We don't have, computers that are up to date. They're behind. We've already discussed this with Ryan. We need to order computers for our whole staff, and this would have to be done in order to carry on some kind of reassessment program. The tax rates, if the assessments aren't kept in line, the tax rates will vary a lot. Right now, they're pretty stable. Matter of fact, I think they went down this year. And ultimately, we're going to have to do a reevaluation again down the road, and it's going to cost us more than $2 million. Okay, I think at this time we're probably going to open up the mic to the council and allow questions.
Council President.
Councilman Mendes.
Sure. Good afternoon. How are you? Just council members, just a minute. I got sitting here, so.
Councilman, can you make the voice a little?
Council President. Yes, I do. Richard, good evening. The first question that I have, Richard, is when you get the example of 182,000, I have a little problem with that, because let's be realistic. I mean, that's not 182,000 is not the actual regular market price for a property. The property is going around 350,000, and I don't know who using 182,000. I remember that I saw this presentation before, but the question that I have, Richard, is the biggest concern that I have is that a lot of the new homeowners that bought property in 2019, they've been hit with a large increase on their taxes, and I'd like to know if that's related because of this assessment. That's the first question that I have, and I'd like to know how they make up the number when they cannot get into the property. And I have 2 more questions, but if you could go ahead and answer those 2.
He's mute. He's mute.
Who's mute?
Are you there?
Richard Morris mute.
You have to unmute yourself, Richard. Let me see if I can do it. Where?
How's that? Better?
Okay, now you got the.
Okay, great. Councilman, I appreciate the question. Let me try and answer it as best I can. If I cannot, support the answers that you want, we have the owner of Appraisal Systems here, who is the president of the company, and also Deputy Assessor Bill Beachy. But to get to your question is, the $182,000, that comes from the record. And that's not to say that that's the current market value of the properties per se. That is an average of the residential properties divided by the total residential assessment. So there's going to be a lot of properties that are lower, and there's going to be some properties that are higher. So the average in our assessments are $182,000. I agree with you. Properties are selling at $350. They're selling at on the high end $500,000 for two families. But that is our current average assessment, meaning that if you apply the tax rate, the average tax will be around $8,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I have one question, Council President.
Yes, let's try to expedite the questioning.
I understand, but two more questions now, and I mentioned this before, that I got told the question, and I come at the end. Richard, the next question that I have is that when they cannot get into the property, how they make up those numbers?
Okay, so by law, we attempt to try to get into the properties 3 separate times. If we cannot get into the property, they are allowed to estimate what the property is. Now, they usually go by mailboxes, they usually go by cell antennas, or whatever they can see to determine what type of property it is. It's very difficult if you can't get into a property and you don't have a history on that property, that you have to estimate it, and that's the law. So if they see 3 dishes on the house and 3 mailboxes on the house, they're going to estimate it as a 3-family house. If they don't get inside the house and the house is in poor condition, they can assume that it's in very good condition, and by law they're allowed to do that. So the best thing for a homeowner to do, and we've always, asked homeowners to let us into the property for the last, 6 or 7 years that we've been doing this, we've always expressed to the homeowner, let us into the properties. We don't care if you have relatives living there, we just want to see the inside so we can appraise it and come out with a true assessment for the property.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard, the last question that I have, and I'm just gonna finish with a comment on this. The last question that I have is, I know that all the municipalities, they have, this is their responsibility, that each municipality have to go through to do the total assessment to put a portion of the taxes. And let me just give you my concern. Number one, the biggest concern that I have with that new homeowner that purchased property in 2019, they're being hit with an incredible increase on their taxes. Now, we know that this is one of the worst time to get into an assessment, because right now the market, what happened with the market is not this. When you put 180,000 as a market rate, you got house, for example, and I'm just give you a clear example. East 22nd Street between Park County and 14th Avenue, a 2-family house. A local price of that house will be no more than $270,000. I put the house in the market. I closed the deal for $390,000. That's how the market is. And I could give you other example. East 26th and close to 10th Avenue, $380,000 for 3-family house. Nothing going on fast. So why? The inventory is, there's no inventory at all, and the demand is all the way on the top. It's gonna come next year, you will see the reality in the market, in the real estate market. So I'm really concerned. I would like to know which other municipality are going through a reassessment right now at this time.
Okay, Councilman, I know that Jersey City went through a reassessment program, and their assessments went from, say, your average 2-family house, which was assessed at maybe $27,000, up to the current market value of $350,000. So they had a large assessment increase. Now, in turn, the rate dropped. So when the assessments go higher, the rates go lower. They had a revaluation. By law, we get permits from the building department that tells us when a house has been updated. We're supposed to inspect every home that we get a permit on and do an added assessment, meaning that even if we didn't have a reassessment company doing this for us, we would do it in-house because that's what the law requires. And the state follows up with an audit and asks, well, you received these permits and they equal X amount of dollars. Why didn't you, increase the assessment?
Richard,
We were audited by the state.
Mr. Mayor.
So, yes. Yes, Councilman.
The question.
Council President, I couldn't read it. Yeah, sorry.
You interrupted from me. So the question was, what other municipalities? Let me specify. What other municipalities in Passaic County?
Currently, Hawthorne just had finished a revaluation.
No,
North Hill.
Richard, please. We're comparing two apples here. I'm not gonna say apples to oranges.
The reassessment program he's talking about.
We're talking about the reassessment. We're not talking about a reval. Let's see what the presentation was, please. Which other municipality in Passaic County had a reassessment program?
None.
Let me ask you a question. Do we have, as a county, do we have an approved program for Passaic County approved by the state?
Approved by the state to do reassessment program?
Correct.
Yes, we do. We currently were approved.
Okay.
There was a stipulation with the forms that they used, so the state refiled the reassessment program. And I'll let the owner of ASI, recite to you what that happened.
Mr. Mayor, hold on a minute. There was an entity that took us to court. I want corporation counsel here, if she's around. There was an entity that took us to court because they were challenging the legality of this reassessment program. And we settled, right? I believe that the judge was heading into questioning this program for Paterson because it was not approved by the state in Passaic County. I want to hear our corporation counsel, your take on this, based on that settlement that we had.
So the settlement wasn't necessarily based on the program, the settlement was based on the parameters. Council President, you are correct that there was some conversation about whether or not the program was valid because the county had not applied. And Rich, please feel free to correct me as I was as intimately involved in as around the time I got to the city. However, the issue was the county had not properly applied, if I'm not mistaken. Therefore, the city wasn't necessarily accepted into the program statewide. But there was never a ruling as to whether or not the program was invalid because the matter settled.
In one of the slides, he said that the program, one of the slides that was presented, he said that the program must be approved by the state. Is that correct?
From my understanding, yes.
Yes, in one of the slides, Marge, that he sent us, one of the ones that were given to us today. Councilmember, just give me a minute, please. So,
Council President.
Hold on a minute, please. We have every council member wants to speak. Just give me a minute. So you passed a comment that if we don't do this program, we're going to have inequity among property owners. So right now we have a lot of inequities. We had an article written where out of the 500 properties sold, many of these properties, their assessment was increased tremendously. And one good example is the property that I used to own. I never received any request from this company to go inspect my home. That's one, the one that I used to own. I remember approving, although I didn't agree with this, I remember approving the last year of the contract because the deal was that this company was going to physically inspect 25% of the properties on a yearly basis. I never received any requests by this company. There's always people in my house 24 hours a day. And the property was, I sold the property. The property was increased about $60,000. So this property had a history of paying about $8,000. And all of a sudden, the person who bought it their taxes increased about, I think it was like $4,000. Now, what's the justification? No improvement was made on this property. When I inquire about, this happening, I was given some pictures from when I bought the house back in '08, which is crazy. We had an assessment done after that. So all I'm saying is, you had, and I'll have my questions later, but let me just pass this brief comment. You have people, when you buy a house in this town or any other town, as a potential owner, you look at the tax history of that property, how much the taxes are. Then whoever does your loan broker, right, tells you how much your estimated payments are going to be on a yearly basis. Now, as a homeowner, you are under understanding that your taxes might go up, a little bit, but you don't expect your mortgage to go up $800 or $1,000 a month because a company just decided that because they purchased the property at a certain price, now those taxes on that property and only that property should go up, the assessment on that property, not the taxes, the assessment, which translate into higher taxes. So this is why, one of the reasons why I hate what we have done here, approving this program. It has done a lot of harm to a lot of people that have purchased properties. And if this program was still in existence here and continue with the same practices of targeting somehow the people that have purchased homes to put it into their software to arrive at an assessed value without any physical inspection. The difference between this reassessment and a reval is that the reval applies it to all the properties. This reassessment seems, and I gotta use the word seems, to target also current sales. So you might have a whole neighborhood, the assessment go up by $5,000, let's say, because of the market. But the properties that were actually bought for these high prices, as Councilman Mendez stated, those will go up $50,000, $60,000 in assessment, which is ridiculous. I'll leave it at that right now. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. I want to follow up on some of the things that my colleagues have stated. Councilman Mendez, you're absolutely right. The market is high. You had a good commission check on that sale off of Park Avenue. But in the 6th Ward, the prices of a two-family house are exceeding over $500,000. I have many constituents that have bought their houses in my ward that paid $550,000, and then they get a property tax bill that's through the roof. And then they come to the council and says, hey, my taxes went up. And I say, how? We decided that our tax is stable for 6 quarters. So the question is to Rick, I guess the owner of the property. Your company, and I want to rebuttal on this and just tell me if this is a fair market value. Your company reassessed the property in my ward. The owner bought a two-family house. He bought the house. Like I stated, in my ward, the market value is pretty high. He bought the house for $700,000+ because it's in a location. Their property taxes went from $9,000 to about $42,000. Do you feel that's a fair property tax jump? Is that's a fair assessment that your company did?
Okay, so Rick Del Garcio, thank you, Council. Let me first start off by saying that to respond to the inspection issue by Council President. We, over the last 4 years, ending last December of 2019, we inspected 100% of the properties in the city of Paterson at a rate of about 25% per year over the 4-year period. We have that documented. The Passaic County did an audit on our records to ensure that was done, and it was provided to the county. The State Division of Taxation also did an audit. We had to supply the documentation to verify that 100% of the inspections were done. And it was also asked for at the time of that suit that took place last year. And so, in all three cases, appraisal systems provided proof that an inspection was done on 100% of these properties. Now, did we get inside 100% of the properties? No, we didn't. It's almost impossible to get inside all of the properties, but we did do an inspection and make an attempt on 100% of the properties. So one of the things that we had done each and every year over the past 4 years was to break the city up into 4 quadrants so that, you know, we could do roughly not the same 25% each year. But one of the things that we made each and every year as crucial to the inspection process is to inspect properties that were both that recently sold and properties that were listed for sale. Now, the reason we did that is not necessarily to target those because they were sales. We did those because the sales make up the foundation of the overall market analysis. So we wanted to make sure that when we were analyzing the sales, that the data that we were using was correct. And so what we found, especially in the city of Paterson, was that when we were going to properties that had recently sold, we were finding substantial changes on what was on the record card versus what we saw at the property. For example, you know, hundreds of properties that we would go to were listed as being boarded up, and then when we did the physical inspection, they were bought by an investor, they were renovated, and then of course they were flipped shortly thereafter. That's a common practice in the city of Paterson. So these assessment increases are not a result of simply targeting a property because it's sold. It's changing the record from what was incorrectly listed to now what is correctly listed.
Rick, my question, Rick, towards your, what I'm asking you, had no change of property. It was a 2-family residence on Main Street, right? Your company assessed it. I guess if they told me no one went out there, no change to the building. It was about assessed at $60,000 less than what the sale price was, right? Nothing changed on the property. People still live there till this day. And now they're paying close to $42,000 on a property tax bill. Your company did that reassessment. The house next door still pays $9,000. The commercial buildings across the street paid $12,000. This one's up to $42,000. The only change was the sale. That's what this program has done. You know?
That might not necessarily be true, with all due respect. That might not necessarily be true. I don't have that property in front of me. I'm hearing this for the first time. But if I have the old property record card and I compare it to what was the new last year's property record card, there was a change. That's what caused that price to increase. Council President, I actually did look into the property that you formerly owned. And when we went out and looked at that property, while you think you didn't do anything, and you are correct, nothing was done in the last year or two, we found errors on that property record card. You were not being assessed correctly.
Rick, hold on a minute, Rick. Wait. So I want Rich and Mara and Bill, both of you are here. The document, the justification that was submitted by this company to me was pictures from when I first bought the house. That house was purchased in 2008. Yes, the person that bought it before I owned it purchased it for $180, fixed their home. At that point, the market was going down, right? The house was purchased for $286,000. The only thing that I have done to that house is we painted the bricks and we painted the siding on that property.
Then why was the property record card listed as old condition?
And this is what's interesting. I had this conversation with Bill and Richard Mara, but mostly with Bill. And Bill, you're connected here. And I explained to you that those those, and if you look at the old permits, if whoever purchased this property took out permits, you will see the date of the permits and the work that was done.
It was never picked up.
Well, hold on a minute. It was, yeah, but
You were being under-assessed all those years.
hold on a minute, but it's interesting that in that block, tell me if I'm wrong, Bill, in that block, which is, Councilwoman Mims, you live around there, hold on a minute, Councilman Abdelaziz. So you live around there. The houses that are on 8th Avenue, between 25th and 25th Street, they are all similar, right? Same structure, same siding, same brick, and it's interesting how almost all those houses there are assessed at the same assessment that my property had, right, before the sale. And then what I was told, and Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I was told that what triggers this company to put the sale price in the system is a sale, actually. A sale triggers them to look into these properties, because the difference between this program and a reassessment is that the reassessment applies the market value to all the properties, at least tries, and that's when you bring the equity, right? But this program, what's happening is whoever purchased the property, we could have the same property. If this person lived here for 10 years and I purchase a property today, they could be identical in the same condition. The only difference is the market price that I purchased for, and that's what's driving the prices of this home.
If that property was assessed correctly on the old property record card, it wouldn't have increased to the degree that it did.
This property was actually the revow took place. When did the last revow took place, Bill? Before this reassessment?
2015.
2015. So this property was purchased in 2008.
Okay.
And that improvement was made in 2008. The taxes on that property are the same or similar to every other property that's similar in the block until this sale took place.
Council President?
And hold on, I want to hear from Bill. Bill, I was told that we were told that what was driving the prices or what was bringing a red flag was the sale. And the article that we read recently, it stated the fact. There was an analysis done. Out of all those properties that were sold in 2019, about 70% of them, or 75, went up by like $20,000 or $10,000 and up. And that's on the low end. So Bill, I know you're connected. Didn't we have this conversation? And I think I do have an email somewhere. And then you can go, Councilman Abdelaziz. Bill? I'm speaking to the tax assessor, Bill.
Are you talking to me?
No, the tax assessor.
You got
Richard Mara?
Richard Mara you're talking about.
No,
And Bill, can you try to unmute him, Council President? Yeah.
And I'm gonna look for an email, because I did get an email.
Why you were...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Bill. I just want you to recap when I was inquiring about
Okay.
what...
Okay, Council President. Council President, a little of my background, prior to coming to the city of Paterson, I've been a state certified appraiser for over 20 years. Okay, so as far as valuation of properties, whether in Paterson, outside of Paterson, I'm very familiar with, and the purposes of valuation for taxation purposes and for purchasing and et cetera. Now, if I could just have a moment to give you my perspective on this. Part of the issues that come up with this.
Bill, before you get into
Yes.
please answer my question. I remember when I was told that was what triggers this company is basically a sale. You recall that?
Well, okay, yes, I recall that, and okay, now to reiterate, going on along with the lines of what you're talking about, against policy at City Hall right now, which is supposed to be by appointment, to help the constituents, we took in a couple of individuals Monday morning, which were upset about their increase in taxes. They're on 24th Street or 5th Avenue, okay? they came in and their assessment went up. Okay, but they actually bought it in 19, and due to prior accounting practices with the calendar and fiscal year, what happened was the first 2 quarters, everything seemed fine because they were based on what the prior year last 2 quarters were, with no reflection of any changes. And that all kicks in the 3rd and 4th quarter. And then what happens is instead of, say, a $500 increase a month, you would have gotten hit with $1,000 per quarter for the last 2 quarters. No, I'm getting to what your point is, Councilman. But, well, okay, now with the assessments, this individual bought the house on 24th Street, okay? He bought it for $345,000. It was assessed at $180,000, $181,000, okay? So he came in with another individual, and we discussed it. And I said, has the property been improved? It was owned by a long-time homeowner. And he says, no. I said, okay, so there's old cabinets. The house is probably 60, 70 years old at least. You know, the inside of it, okay, even if it's well-maintained, should reflect the house that's 60, 70 years old, correct? They're like, no. I said, okay, well, I mean, I'm not talking yesterday that somebody came in and redid the house, but has the house been improved? And they were kind of quiet on that point. So then we kept on talking, and I looked up on our records. Now, when I looked up on our records, that was one of the properties, which happens with many, that were not able to be accessed to see the interior. It was estimated.
Bill,
Because the one-time owner did not allow us in.
Bill, but what we're at
Okay, hold on. Now your question, getting to your question is this. Yes, was it going to raise a flag? Is it going to alert me? Is it going to alert anybody as a valuation professional that something sells for something like twice the tune of the assessed value when you're supposed to be at or near 100%? Sure, that would alert me that something is awry there.
Bill.
Something is wrong there.
Bill,
Yeah.
this is the issue that we're having.
Yeah.
And listen, just to finalize it. When we do a revamp, everyone's assessment goes up or down depending on how the market, the market data that you're using, right? This special assessment is targeting. You could tell by the analysis. If you look at all the sales from 2019, Councilman Delacies gave you an example, right? A property that was paying probably for multiple years, right? Multiple years after the assessment and before, similar amount of taxes. It went from like $8,000 to $2,000, right? And unless they put gold in every door, right? Gold doors and gold, bathrooms and everything else. I just don't see a property paying $42,000 in taxes that was paying $8,000 something.
No, I'm not aware of that property in particular that he's referring to, but, yeah, that.
Bill, I have a spreadsheet here comparing properties, all the sales for 2019, and you told me the cutoff was November. So you viewers at home, if you bought your house after November of 2019, most likely you didn't see a big change. You probably saw, an overall change of maybe $5,000 or so, right? I'm just throwing a number. But what I'm saying is the following, Bill. Any other town, you guys are selling this like this is great for Paterson, but any other town, this is not happening in any other town. Only in Paterson this is happening. If this was so good, how come the other 15 municipalities don't have a reassessment program like we do?
Councilman, first of all, every municipality in the state of New Jersey, the assessor is obligated to do an inspection of the property when the property sells. It's part of the review of the sale. Every assessment, whether you're doing a reassessment or not, an assessor. So even when properties sell, the city of Paterson is doing nothing in 2021. So every property that sells, the assessor is obligated to inspect those. And when they do, if they find an error or if they find work that's done, they're obligated to change the assessment. Now, it just so happens in the city of Paterson that most of the properties that sell underwent work. Okay? And so it's a trigger, whether you're in a reassessed town or not. You go into the city of Clifton, if you go into Wayne, if you go into Passaic, same thing happens. Okay?
Do they increase the assessment on the property? So hold on a minute. Do they increase the assessment on the property just based, and I'm gonna use the word, just based on a sale price?
No, and nor did we do that in Paterson.
That's what you did here, though.
No, we didn't.
Mr. President.
Councilman Adonis.
So I'm not gonna go at it with the person that had the contract. Yeah, I'm not gonna go back and forth with the person that had their contract. They're gonna defend their company. I get the calls from the constituents, and I'm not gonna go, but I'm gonna go say this to my colleagues. Richard Mero, and these are quick, I just wanna ask these were supposed to be one-worded answers. Richard Mero, does anyone else in Passaic County have this reassessment program currently? In Passaic County?
No, currently no.
How many cities?
Doesn't matter considering you right now.
Whoa, listen, we're asking questions.
Council President, I just want the council, I'm gonna wrap up right now because I know you guys all, so that's good. To know, no other municipality has it. And Richard, you guys said our tax appeals decreased in 4 years. I would assume that would be natural because we just did a reval. And of course, the following year, we did a reval the whole town. Of course, the 4 years after a reval, should it bring up many tax appeals? Am I correct? Am I wrong on the dates there?
Well, you're correct, and the appeals have decreased. I'll go back to 2014. The number of appeals were 6,783 for 2014. We currently did 525 appeals this past year. That's a big difference.
So,
now,
Councilman,
if people were satisfied with their assessments, they wouldn't appeal, correct?
Not necessarily. It's not necessarily true. A lot of residents appeal every single year. And our investors appeal. That's their way of doing business. They have lawyers on staff, right? And we have a lot of investors. So I just want to rebut on that. We have a lot of investors that their attorneys they hire attorneys and all they do is appeal every year. That is part of their business strategy. So that could be investors appealing it.
Well, that would be basically commercial properties you're talking about. Because the average homeowner is not going to hire an attorney every year. It's just too costly.
No, I agree with you, but you also have landlords and investors that own multiple residential properties. That if you look at our city, well, Council President, will wrap up. This program, no other town has in Passaic County. I think we're hurting the city of Paterson. We are obligated with the reval system, like stated by law. I think to the administration, if you guys need to up our assessor's office, because hearing from Rick, he's saying assessors are supposed to do this, the tax assessor's office. So if we need to put our staff together and give the resources the assessor's office needs, and then keep it in-house like other towns have done, I think that's where the investment needs to be. I know Richard wants to say that this is picked up in this contract and that contract. And it looks to me that we need to handle it within ourselves and go forward. Thank you.
Council President.
Hold on a minute. Let me just reply based on the comment that he made. The reason we have so many appeals was when they did the last reval, and you guys recall this, the council members that were here, and it's been all over the newspapers. The last time we had a reval, it was when, it was a crazy situation, right? We did the reval, let's say in 2010, let's say.
It was a court order.
No, hear me out. They used the numbers from 2 years before. That's when the market was high, similar to right now, right? The market crashed. So now you're doing a reval with numbers that were from 2 years before when the market was high, right? So that's why there were so many appeals also, right? And right now it's a perfect storm. they taking the credit because this, on lowering the appeals because of the program. But the fact is that the market is really high, and you're supposed to show comparables when you do appeals. How can you go to St. County and say, look, I purchased my house for X amount of money when every other house is being sold for the same amount? So I leave it at that. But we all understand what took place in the last week now. That's why they drove up the tax appeals. Hold on a minute. You got Councilwoman Cotton. You have Jackson for actions.
No, I was first.
Yes, at the beginning.
I was first, Council President.
No, you weren't even on yet.
Please. Yeah, the thing is that we've been sending message.
All right, so Councilwoman Cotton, you're first, then Councilman Velez, Jackson, and Mims.
I just need to say to Rick, I know when the market it was high in 2010 and then it went through the roof in 2012. We had all those, but see, what I'm trying to understand is that if you take 30 houses on the block and they all look like they're similar, and they're all or assessed at 275,000, and the people buy it for 355. You still don't consider the what the whole block is assessed at? You just go by what they bought it for? That's what I'm trying to see try to make you understand. So say if they buy the house for 100,000 more than what the block is assessed at, they haven't changed anything. They haven't done anything new to their kitchen. They didn't put no cabinets in. They didn't put no towel in the bathroom. They didn't put no towel on the floor. You don't go in there and look at the property card for the whole entire block. You just go and look at
Councilwoman Cotton, this is Bill Beachy. Just to bring out on your point, I had a gentleman down by 12th Avenue call up our office, and same situation happened to him. He bought a house for $350,000 and said, "There's nothing good with the house. There's nothing," and he insisted. So, in spite of COVID, I went and inspected the house. After inspection of the house, I realized for the poor circumstances for this fella that barely spoke English, that somebody basically painted the house, cleaned it up, and sold it to him for a higher price.
Right.
I came back, alerted Mr. Mara, and we made adjustments for the condition of the house.
Right.
His assessment came down, and this was about 2-3 weeks ago. And so we're not targeting anybody. We're just going by market data. People are not stupid, and people are not going to pay $400,000 for a house that's a dump.
Bill.
Yes.
All right, I was just wondering.
You're muted, Councilwoman.
I have people that live on Madison Avenue, Bill, and they were so assessed back in 2011, 2012 that some of those houses on Madison Avenue now didn't pay taxes for a year and a half because they had overpaid. So when they have won their appeal, you got a house on Madison Avenue saying that it was worth $400,000 in taxes, and actually it was only worth less than $100,000. So, I mean, I have seen it happen, so that's what makes me wonder, if I wanted, the property that, Councilman Al was talking about, he paid $700,000 for a piece of property, and the whole block is only worth $350,000. I would just like to see what this house looked like, just to see, like, especially if you haven't done anything major. To it. And to me, major is changing cabinets in your kitchen. Major is putting tile in your bathroom. Major is doing the floors. Major is putting central air in. So those are major upgrades to me when you're gonna do some work in the house. Painting the outside of the house is not a major upgrade. To me, that's just painting your house up. Every 4 or 5 years we should paint your house. So that's what makes me wonder. People who do that. Or they trying to reach out to you, so you changing my value. I mean, are you coming to you, Richard, or
Councilwoman Cotton, I just want to make a statement. The $42,000 tax bill, that sounds like a commercial property to me. You know, I haven't heard of any residential properties paying $42,000. So it sounds like a property that may be a 5-family, a 6-family, I'm not sure, but we can investigate that. When we have a homeowner that comes in and they're, you know, besides themselves because they got a high tax bill, we take the time to sit down with them and go through the numbers, and we see if there's anything available for them. In some cases, we have the 5-year abatement program that's available to them, and we offer that to them. Yeah, we try to help.
I'm gonna say, Council President, you remember our previous mayor took advantage of that 5-year thing, abatement program. Nobody knew anything about it but him. And so now, constituents are starting to realize if they do major modification to their house, they can use that 5-year abatement, right?
Councilwoman, we could, yes, that's available, it's not,
That's what he put it up, and I just piggyback on what he said about the 5 years. So for people who do major work to their house, you have the option of putting it off for 5 years.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Oh.
So Marge, I need to ask a question to Marge real quick. Marge?
Yes?
So Marge, Bill just passed a comment that disturbed me, right? I got a list of over 20 people. There was more, but they didn't want to say anything out of fear that they will go and, like, you know, penalize them and inspect their house, you know, and start giving them tickets for, you know, rooms that, you know, for whatever. They don't want inspectors to be sent to their home. But you recall when I went to your office and I asked if any of these people that are contacting assessors to make an adjustment. The assessor said to me that because we missed the deadline of the county to do tax appeals, that they cannot do nothing. Bill just stated right now on the record that he has been able to help some people out, right? Analyze those properties that are concerned, and they would adjust it to them. And he said this person came to his office about 2 weeks ago. I went to Bill about 2 months ago. So, and they told me they could not do anything for all these homeowners that are calling me.
Council President,
So
I just want to make a statement here. We cannot do anything currently in the year 2020. Now, if we make an adjustment, it'll be for the year 2021 going forward, but we can't go backward. That's what Bill probably meant.
You guys didn't, yeah, but that was not offered. That was not offered.
I'm not sure what property you're speaking about, but we try to offer it to anyone who comes in. If it's possible, you know, we look at the property, we check the card to make sure the card is accurate. If not, you know, there's not much we can do. If it is inaccurate, we go forward, we make the adjustment for 2021. So Bill was speaking about 2021, not the current year. We have no tools to adjust the current year taxes after the appeal date.
That's fine, but even going forward, right, those people might be able to absorb that because the time expired for them to do an appeal or to address it with you. But what I'm saying is, I was never offered that for any of the people that I have on my list.
Well,
So can I send all these people to your office to
Council President, you can send anyone you like to me. I'll be happy to speak with them and see if we can help them. That's all.
Thank you.
Council President.
So I'm glad we clarified that. So I'm very happy that we had this meeting because I have probably around 300 people in the list, right? And maybe people that have reached out to me, I will say over 20. I have a list over 20 people. I'm sure Councilman Delacis have some, Councilman Khalid, Councilwoman Mims. So now you heard it from the tax assessor. They could do something for next year for them, but they could actually analyze those properties now. Thank you very much. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman, can you allow me, I want to wrap up this. Yeah.
I just need a minute after you, Councilman.
No. Councilman Velez. Then we're gonna have Councilman Jackson, then Mims. Then
Thank you, Council President. I just want.
8 o'clock, public portion is probably gonna start a little later.
Correct. I want to wrap up myself on this conversation. I listened. I have the package of the PowerPoint that was presented to us in this meeting, and I just went over it. between the reevaluation and the assessment program. Two different things. I recall when the previous mayor, before the one that was appointed to that seat, that came with a story about Passaic, Wayne, Clifton, even the surrounding town that went into court and challenged us to do a reevaluation. That's why the reevaluation came forward. And from there, that administration decided to bring forward a reassessment program that in the first year it was established, it was beneficial for a lot of people, but when it started kicking in, people noticed that, and I gotta say this with all due respect, some people find some kind of tricks to beat the system. Some people was fair enough to say, listen, I did this and I should get the right assessment in their property. I just want to say publicly, in 2019, and I didn't have the chance to say it publicly now, I want to say thank you to Richard, Mara, and Bill. I conducted a tax appeal forum in New Roberto Clemente School, and it was a full house. I could ask without no remorse to Richard how many people was misinformed until they got to that particular forum, and how many people got advantage after that forum was over. And I could ask Richard Mara without remorse how many people got benefit, and some of the people got out of that cloud that a lot of realtors put them in. Okay, so one thing is selling the house based on the previous of tax records, and when the person sells the house, they just sign, let's get out of here, and they don't explain them about a new revow, a new assessment, the property could go up. I'm telling you the house based on this tax record. I'm not selling you the house moving forward. And some realtors just to sell the house, they're gonna say, hey, the neighborhood is a safe haven, but they go drive during the night, it's a war zone. So there's a lot of things that comes in place, and sometimes I cannot legislate based on my own personal experience, or with my house, or with my friend's house, or whatever. I have to legislate based on the experience of what the data and the fact is going to tell me. For example, people think that Google does not exist, and if I put an address, all right, and let me tell you something, when people come and complain to me about the assessment and the tax, I do my own investigation before I jump the gun, okay? So, Marge, can you please mute yourself? Thank you, Marge. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a situation that's happening in the city of Paterson. And I could ask Richard Maris for that data, I don't know if I could have time, but he could send an email to me. And how many people are really satisfied with their assessment, and how many people really are not satisfied? And probably could give me that data. Now, one of the things I encounter myself, I'm not a tax assessor, I'm not a how you call it, appraisal, like Bill Pickley is, Mr., that he say 20 years, but I can be in the boots on the ground, will say everything. I got individual calling me saying that the assessment of the taxes went up, and I asked them the same question. Did you modify your house? Did you renovation your house? Did you change your porch? Did you change your backyard? Did you do this? And they say no. Soon as I pull out the old picture from that property, you'll be surprised. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, it was a disaster. And when I go to the property, it's a new renovated house. And that really could bring a trigger effect to the assessment of the property. That if it's beneficial to the city or not, all right, we understand, and I understand about the revaluation is a state mandated for every 10 years of the property to be able to comply with tax law, okay? But the assessment of the property, and we are the only one doing it, there have to be a formula. And let me tell you something, Richard, and Bill, and Fred, and not Fred McGraw, March, there's had to be a formula put in place just in case the revaluation, not revaluation, the assessment program is not a success moving forward, and we're not doing it. There had to be a formula that this administration and Madam BA, you probably understand, that have to bring revenues to our city without going to the taxpayer pocket. And I've been saying this for the longest. When we gonna start bringing revenues, not depending on the 23,000 properties that we have in the city of Paterson tax property? Okay, so I could go on and on about the finished basement. There's a lot of people that when, especially the gentleman Rick. I know that Rick represents the company. I never met him before, but based on the experience, okay, if they cannot go inside the property, all right, they're gonna go based on the visual what is outside. And if they see an AC in the basement, they're gonna think that the basement is finished. If they're gonna see an AC in the attic, they're gonna think that it's a third floor apartment or it's a four-family apartment. And let me tell you something, the only way to clear this out is having access into the property. But a lot of these people think that because they're gonna go inside, they're gonna go after other things, and they just wanna clarify that whatever you have is what it is, not what they saw. So, Bill, thank you, Richard, Merritt, thank you. I did speak myself. The only thing here moving forward is that in the future, if the city is trying to bring forward a reassessment program or trying to kill it, not bring it back, they have to have a formula to make sure that we don't go after taxpayers and people that have their dreams in Paterson as a new home in the city of Paterson. So I just want to say that. Thank you, Council President.
Council President,
We can't hear you, Council President. Councilman Jackson.
Isn't this a question and answer session?
I was calling on Councilman Jackson, but I was muted. Councilman Jackson.
all right, I appreciate it. So before I even ask a question, I want to make sure I remind the members of the council, I was starchly against this program, specifically because of there was some information that was circulated regarding the young people who were barely in their 20s who were going to be doing the evaluation. So I don't want to, we can touch on that as we move forward. But I have a couple questions if I may, Council President. Mr. Mara, you made a comment earlier. I'm sorry, before we go there, Mr. Mara, what is the exact cost for the payment per year for this contract?
Councilman Jackson, I believe the cost is $200,000 per year, and that was a quote that we received prior to date. That cost may have gone up since then, but that was our last quote.
Okay.
And we had a prior quote from another company. We had another prior quote.
Not to worry. I don't want to put it on there. Just wanted to know what the contract value was. So earlier you made a comment. You made a couple comments. Specifically, you said that we have 2 assessors on staff here. Who would those assessors be?
Well, the assessor, myself, Richard Mara, and also Bill BG, which is the deputy assessor.
Okay, so you said we had 2 assessors, but Mr. BG is actually a deputy assessor, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So also you made a comment with regard to a comparison of size in comparison to Jersey City. You said that Paterson is about 1/3 the size, and they have 7 assessors on staff, correct?
That's correct, Councilman.
So we did an assessment based on size and doing a fair comparison analysis. 2 assessors for a city of 1/3 of the size would be just about equivalent. If you take maybe 2.25 of the assessors that we would have here, and you would do that in a fraction of thirds, then our city would have a necessity of 7 assessors. So if a city of 3 times the size of Jersey City is managing to get it done with 7, that means that Paterson, we should be managing to get it done with 2, or possibly 2 and a part-time agent, which for 200,000, and I definitely want to point this out because I made sure that I looked at the salaries that within your office, and how there's individuals in your office, and particularly given that you, I'm going to make an assumption here. You could correct me if I'm wrong. I would assume that you assess the situation of Mr. Bill as being an equivalent to yourself, an assessor, but his salary is not as equivalent to yours. In fact, I would assume, and I please forgive me if I'm wrong, you can correct me, that he is being asked and expected to do the load of an assessor equal to yourself, unless there's some portion of the job that you're doing that he's unqualified to do, and or is incapable, and or not being asked to do. So the mere fact that his salary is not equivalent, not just to yours, because we understand you're the director, but equivalent to what the job that he's being asked or tasked to do is doing the city a disservice. I happen to know that he's a resident of the city of Paterson. I happen to know that the other individuals in your office are residents of the city of Paterson. So we took a $200,000 bill that we're paying to an assessment company for essentially doing a job as per the gentleman stated, doing a job that is supposed to take place within your office. Then not only will we be able to hire an additional, maybe possibly a part-time agent to do some of the work, but we also can pay individuals such as Mr. Bisbee a fair and equitable salary, as opposed to, and I want to just point this out to the council, where we had young people, extremely young people who, and from, I'm just going to make a self-evaluation, who had a mere fraction of the experience when Bill talked about his years of service and years of experience in the field of doing assessments and doing property evaluations, appraisals and such, that these young people don't have any of that experience. But we opt to go out and pay a third-party company who is going to give employment opportunities to young people who don't have the experience, who then turn around and implement assessments that's detrimental to our residency, to our constituency.
Councilman,
I want to point that out.
I have to interject here. The inspectors that go out to the field are merely measuring properties and reporting data to an appraiser who is located at the company's headquarters. There are several appraisers at the headquarters that make decisions on the assessment. The fellows who go out to do the inspections, take photos, they take measurements, they're very qualified at that, and that's what they do. They gather the data. They don't make the decisions on the assessment.
I'm sorry.
Now, getting back to Jersey City.
Mr. Maurer,
hold on one second, please. Getting back to Jersey City, I was misquoted. They have 43,000 line items. We have 24,000 line items, so they're roughly about twice the size of us.
Okay, very good, very good. When we talked about ratables, we didn't talk about the line items. We talked about the assessed value, and well, that's neither here nor there. So, with that being said, is the job that this company has done, is there some type of electronic database that I can reference and I can go and see each and every property that they've evaluated? Is there, in today's day and age, when we talked about your office not being having access to the modern day technology, I would assume a company that we go out to pay $200,000 for, they can point me to a database where I can specifically look at every single property, including the property that I own or a friend or neighbor may own, and look at what the detailed results of their evaluation was. okay, we were there on December 14th. Here's date marked photographs. No one answered the phone. I mean, these are the types of things that's easily accessible. So, is there a database that this company has provided that shows exactly the job that they've done and the results of the inspections?
I don't believe there's a database that is, yeah, I'm answering. I don't think there's a database that they have for us that will specifically tell you when the inspector went to the house, when they inspected it or did not inspect it, and how many attempts they made. But we could ask the owner of the company if that's available. I don't know if they want to share something like that. That might be proprietary. So, you know.
Wait a minute. Them doing the job that we hired them to do is proprietary data?
Certain information is proprietary, yes.
What information exactly will be proprietary?
Well,
I'm still,
yeah.
I have no problem getting that information to you. I can put it together ASAP and send it right over. As I said, when I was speaking before, we've already been audited by both the county and the state and the attorneys for the suit from last year for all that very same information. It's already been compiled.
So is there an electronic database that's easily accessible by this governing body and or the administration?
Oh, well, I have the database. I can get you the data from the database, but I mean, it's in my database, correct?
Okay, very good. So the Council President, the last question that I'll have, considering that you have this database and your company and the individuals who are employed by you have gone out to do these inspections, is there is there a list of various nuances that impact evaluation, such as illegal conversions, the number of attic and basement apartments in households? Is there, any such database that talks about the specifics that impact these evaluations? Can I gather from you that out of your however many inspections that you've done in the last year, the 25 percentile of say 40, 50,000 properties, that okay, maybe 2,500 properties out of the 2,500, or I'm sorry, that will be roughly 20,000. Little under. So out of that, out of those evaluations or inspections that you've done, X amount of facilities have an illegal basement. X amount of facilities have been recently upgraded. If we're looking at the data and we have numbers, can we look at exactly what we're dealing with relative to these evaluations? Am I cut off? Hello?
No, you're on, Councilman.
You're on, Councilman Jackson.
Okay, so is there an answer?
Everybody.
Is he cut off?
Is he disconnected?
Mr. Mara, do we have an answer?
Councilman, we don't have specifics on whether properties have illegal basements or illegal attics. We do have information to indicate whether they're finished, whether there's a kitchen in the basement, or the attic is finished and there's a kitchen up in the attic. We don't make a decision on whether it's legal or not.
Okay, so
we classify property as a 2-family, a 3-family, and that's based on other data. But we don't classify a property whether it's legal or illegal to the owner.
So, Council President, I appreciate the opportunity. I'll wrap up this very brief comment, and this is specifically outlining one, the poor expenditures or analysis of how we're spending the taxpayers' dollars, and then when we talk about specifically when we look at the number of, and I recently put up a post, Paterson's detriment is to everyone else's benefit. And we have so many, the fire trucks are running around crazily because we have illegal basement apartments. You know, to Mr. Mara's comment, we have kitchens and attics, which is also illegal. And you know, if we're doing evaluations and or if we task people like Bill and Mr. Mara to be out and doing these jobs, as opposed to hiring off a third party company who really doesn't have a grasp and or concern of the nuances of what Paterson residents have to deal with, then this is the result of what we get. But when we have an opportunity here not only to pay people like Bill and possibly even Mr. Mara a fair and equitable salary, but the other individuals in that office, and give them an opportunity to work for a fair price rate, and also give them an opportunity to do a job that is equitable to the taxpayers. This contract, I said it the last time it was approved, I voted against it, is an absolute waste of money. We should not be having this contract here. They have people, from my opinion, I'm not talking about the owner, I don't know him, I don't know his credentials, but from the photographs that I saw from the people doing the walkthroughs and evaluations on ground level, they lack the experience of, in comparison to someone like Bill. And these are the people we should be hiring. If we're gonna hire young people, let's hire young people from our community and train them in these areas of property evaluations, real estate assessments, and things of that nature, so that they will also understand the value of their own community. This contract was a waste of money, and I will not be supporting it once again. And I hope that my fellow council members have been enlightened as well after we've gone through this last year or so, or 4 years. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, let me make one statement here. I think Councilman Jackson is referring to, us doing the building department's work as to, rate a property, whether it's legal or not legal, or to tag them whether they have an illegal basement apartment or attic apartment. That's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to assess a property's value. Now, if the city of Paterson would initiate a CO program, a certificate of occupancy program, at the sale of every property, we could also join the members of the building department at the property when they do a CO inspection, and we could do a lot more with the city and the records that we have. But the city doesn't have a CO program, so that may be one avenue that we want to go down. But to counteract the proposal by Councilman Jackson, we don't do inspections to find illegitimate uses of the property.
That's not my expectation. My expectation is, one, if your office is tasked to do a job, you shouldn't be outsourcing the job to be done by a third party that doesn't have an equitable interest in the city's and the taxpayers' best interest. Second, if we are outsourcing such a task, then we should make sure that the company that we're outsourcing it to is, one, doing the job, and two, providing to us full detailed information. And that means a database. In today's modern day world, where data is accessible, Google Drive, anywhere, we have our own servers. Every single property, I should be able to go up here and look at every single property and look at what exactly was the variances and the nuances reflective around their assessment or their evaluation. There should not be a value and or variables that's unknown, not just to the public and the homeowners, but to the municipal council. We should know specifically what exactly was the impact from every single property. We should not have reassessments or challenges done because a person painted the outside, the exterior of his home, the brick and the siding, and all of a sudden he saw a tremendous increase.
Councilman.
There should not be any assumptions. We should know exactly. We hired a company, we paid them very good, very well, and we should know exactly what the basis is around these evaluations. That's simple.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mix, let's try to, we gotta open the public portion. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mix.
Thank you, Council President. So my first question, to Rich, first of all, I want to say this conversation is very, very healthy, and very enlightening. Council President and I have had these dialogues, and I referred so many people over to the tax assessor's office, even up until recently, whose mortgage was increased by $2,000 for a new house that they purchased, and so many other people. So my question, Rich, to you in the tax assessor's office, how many people do you keep status of how many people have visited your office to have these dialogues between you and or Bill in relation to the increase that has taken place in their properties? Do you have a total, a guesstimate of how many people have come in to discuss it or have called to discuss their increase?
Councilwoman, I could guesstimate out of the 24,000 properties in Paterson, we probably have had, I would say, under 100, and from various council people or persons that have walked in on their own. And I think that's a pretty low number, but, it's concerning, and we do try to help them.
The second question is, what is the total of homeowners that have went to do their revow on Hamburg Turnpike? What does that number look like?
The appeal.
The appeal process.
Last year, the number I have is 525 appeals, and that was probably one of our lowest numbers so far within the last 10 years. And of the 525 appeals, I would say maybe a fourth of them realized some kind of refund.
Okay, so just a few requests. So based on the question just asked, Rich, I would like to see out of the 500 and maybe the quarter of that 500 that got refunds, what was the range? Was it from 10,000 to 130,000? What was the range? And what is the difference of the fallout of those individuals that did not get them? I'm not sure if we know why or do we have that information. I would like to see that. Also, the other part, when it comes to, we have approximately 23,085 tax entity, right? That's our tax-based entity. So you're saying only 100 people came in. We know there's many more. And there's two things that, one in particular, there is a communication breakdown, right? There are some people that know to come into the tax assessor's office in City Hall on the first floor to have a conversation as relates to it, or the 5-year tax abatement. A lot of people don't know the process, and that could be one of the reasons why some people are just paying the increase, not sure what to do, or losing their property because of the communication breakdown. So my first recommendation to Madam BA, I don't see you on, but I don't see your face, but Madam BA, just a recommendation that we put this information on our access channel and Chief of Staff send it out so the City of Paterson is fully aware if they have any issues with the assessed or the reassessed value on their property homes, that we have our tax assessor's office. They can call them, they can make an appointment to come in so that they're able, if there needs to be an adjustment or whatever needs to be done for the next calendar year, that they are aware of the process. Most people, they're frustrated, they're aggravated, but they don't know the process of a resolution. So that's number one. The next thing is, I would like to see a complete reassessment of all properties that has been done. There are many, and not just the reassessment of all the properties. I want to see the increases and the details. So, for example, when Council President talked about his property and you said, well, the property tax part was wrong, whatever the indifference was or whatever the details were that caused the increase, I would like to see that. I would also like to see outlined on this spreadsheet or whatever you're going to create, the property, what it formerly was, what it currently is, what the increase was, what is the reason for why that happened, and are they able to get any type of abatement, any type of credit? Did we make a mistake? That is something that we should be doing internal. I know a lot of times we say to our homeowners, you gotta call, you gotta come in. But I think sometimes internally, we're able to identify or scrub our systems to be able to identify that and maybe reach out to customers or do some type of, I know we're doing a lot of voicemails. We're sending a lot of voiceovers to the residents now. So maybe this is one that can go out to let the residents know that we realized there was whatever concern, or this is the information, just to bring a lot of our homeowners to that place. Because if not, we're not going to have homeowners. We're going to be a city filled with a lot of renters. We're trying to increase that to increase our tax base, but if we don't have that. The other thing, and I'll be done, is what I talk about all the time, the need for project managers. Here it is again, another reason why I've been harping on it since 2018, since coming aboard, the need for property management. In the slide that we received, it showed that Ben's house, for example, I saw they came to my house, I got the increase as well. No one ever physically came in my house. No one ever came in, and I got a high increase. And I saw in the slide, it said that you will make 3 attempts. I'm not sure what those attempts are. Is it just leaving a note by the door? Are you calling individuals? I'm not sure. And then if you're not able to reach them, that if we choose to go with this in the future, right, then we need to have some type of internal process that says if there's a breakdown in communication where they've been to the house, how do we internally resolve it without just over assessing a property or giving out a guesstimate where we avoid issues like Councilman Abdelaziz talked about in the 6th Ward where the taxes went up astronomically. So with all of the different breakdowns and all the concerns that we've heard, I think it's an opportunity, Madam BA, for us to develop processes and streamline them to avoid this from happening in the future. And also for our council, is an opportunity for us to have dialogue. Councilman Jackson said, and so many others have said it, to identify, is this something we want to do going forward? Is this something that we want to build up internally, staff, or make sure our systems are upgraded? That's something we should do with some of this COVID money, with the system upgrade, right? And that's another request, Madam B. I'm sure there will be more money available. We should do a complete inventory of all our computer systems in the city. That way, while the COVID dollars are available, we can assess what technology that we need. If the systems are not up to speed, if they're antiquated, we need to find out. What systems are not interfacing, we need to identify. If there's enough bandwidth for crossover, all of those things, we need to be able to identify that. So in situations like this, we're able to get that data at our fingertips. So those are just recommendations, those are requests. I know it's going to be a lot of work, but I think it will save us when it comes time for any proposals to come forward as far as voting, if we should continue to do this. And this has been going on for the last 5 years. So Council President, I commend you for bringing this up on tonight. And I know we've had a conversation, but I'm really grateful that this was a dialogue that we could have with the full council, to this administration, and to the general public. So thank you so much, Council President.
Council President, can I get 30 seconds before we close?
I'm going to give you a minute right now. I'm just encouraged to hear, something positive came out of this. And maybe it would have been a different story if when we approach, especially me, when we approach the assessor's office, if I was told, I understand they cannot do nothing for these people this year, but the solution I was given was that they need to do a tax appeal, right? I was told, and I inquired many times to our CFO, and she couldn't comprehend why they cannot, look at those properties and reassess it. When I inquire about the practice and the concerns that I had, I was told that what the company did was legal. Yes, we know it was legal. Was it right? That's a different question, right? And the reason it was legal is because we approved a reassessment program. That's the only reason why it was legal. Now, I'm encouraged to hear, and I want to ask Bill and Richard that I will be sending. I understand they needed to make appointments. They're not gonna, you're not gonna see them tomorrow, or you're gonna have to schedule an appointment with them. But at least I'm encouraged, and now the people that have reached out to me, that I could send them your way, so they could have a conversation with you regarding what have taken place after they purchased the property. So I'm glad that you got that councilwoman. They have helped the people that you sent. At the time, maybe it was miscommunication. I didn't understand the message from Bill. But it's crazy. I've been complaining about this for the past 6 months, maybe, or whenever this came up. And all of a sudden tonight, something positive came out of this, and I really appreciate it. So, council members, I'm going to give an opportunity for the assessors and Rick to close it up. If those solutions were offered to us to try to fix the issues that some of these people had, maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation. Maybe we would still have the program, maybe. But that option was not given to us, at least not to me.
Councilman, can you give me 30 seconds, Councilman, before we close this section?
Hold on, Councilman, it's 8:30. We told the public that they would.
20 seconds, it's coming. It's a cutoff for Richard Mara. Now we have it on the line. I don't want to miss this opportunity.
The 20 seconds in the time. Go ahead.
Mr. Richard, you make a comment, and I really wanna, I want to talk about this. And you mentioned that inspection at the new property when you close a new deal, to do an inspection. I don't think that's a good idea, and I would like to sit down with you and go over this because I think that this is, we adding more red tape for Paterson to become homeowners. And then just in closing, I'm just gonna say this, Mr. Mara, we have a problem with taxes, and this is, and I do this for a living. And I could just give you two examples easy on 263 Valley Road in Clifton, a $400,000 property that it was sold, totally renovated, taxes $8,000. Now, in closing, Mr. Mara, I think that we have to go over this, Mr. Mara. I'm very concerned with what's going on. And the reason why I asked about in the beginning that if it was all municipality in Passaic County going through this reassessment, it was because of this specifically. Not all the town in Passaic County is going through the reassessment of property, only Paterson. And this is not the best time to do this. I totally agree with Councilman Jackson. We should sit down to come up with a plan to bring this in-house. And I'm definitely looking forward, Mr. Macker, to continue this conversation with you and sending you those constituents that I'm getting, that I'm calling me left and right about this increase on their property taxes. And I will close it with this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Now I want to let Bill, Richard, and Rick, you all don't have to speak, but I'm giving you the opportunity for closing remarks. If you wish to do so.
Okay, Council President Richard Merrick. I would suggest, the council think hard about the reassessment program because, one, it's a small cost and it delivers a lot of good. Now, whether you like the increases or don't like the increases, these are increases that are provided, and we have to make those increases whether we're in the reassessment program or not. If we're not in a reassessment program, we will be putting them in by law based on what the state tells us, and they mandate us to do increases as added assessments. And it will go in on the record at the end of the year.
Citywide. Yeah, citywide, yes.
Citywide.
Yeah. Yes.
Again, we're understaffed. If you choose not to go to the reassessment program, we would probably have to hire at least 4 people to continue the tax assessor's office the way it stands today.
We'll take, we'll have that conversation with Madam BA. I will be calling the county tax assessor I'm gonna have a conversation with him about everything has taken place. And we'll have that conversation later on. Would that be it?
Okay, I don't know if Bill has anything to say or Rick has anything to say.
I would like to speak.
Yes. So we're gonna close it up. We're gonna close it up with Madam CFO, and then we're gonna go to the public portion.
Okay, so essentially what I'd like to say is that, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to allow this program to be presented to you this evening. It had more of a negative outcome than I had expected. I do believe that the reassessment program is a valuable tool for the city of Paterson. As Mr. Mayor explained earlier, most of our property owners did not complain about the increases in the valuations over the 4-year program period. So it did start to change in the 3rd and the 4th year because those are the years in which we saw the increases in real estate happening within the city of Paterson. We started to recover from the crash back in 2008 and the economic downturn. So with that, I would hope that if the city is not able to put forth another proposal for a reassessment program, then the assessor's office will have to hire sufficient staff to keep up with their responsibilities, because the revaluation that we spent $2 million on 5 years ago and the $800,000 that we spent in the last 4 years, almost $3 million for this current assessment, that will decline dramatically over the next couple of years. So, okay.
So, Madam Clerk, at this time, we're gonna open the public portion. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bill.
Mara.
yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The public portion is now open. I repeat the number as so far we haven't had anyone, but I'll just repeat and give them another minute or so. And the one wishing to participate in the public portion of tonight's meeting may dial 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. I'll repeat the number, 973-321-1579, enter code 8326, and you press star 3 to speak. I'll just give me a few seconds. No one? Okay. Okay, just a few minutes, Mr. President. I'll just time them for maybe 2 minutes.
And on that note, Madam DA, I'm gonna inquire also tomorrow, but we also need, hiring staff. I understand that some of the offices might be short of staff, but I was told in the past that they don't report to us. So how can we assure that by putting additional staff, their work is actually gonna get done?
You mean in the tax assessor's office? Well, that is something that we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to ask for a full detailed plan of, how if we're looking to hire people, how are you gonna organize it? Is it gonna be certain people in certain sections of the city, or, certain days of the week, people in the field versus people in the office, where it's the expectation that the finance team, both the CFO and the tax assessor, are gonna have to put something together.
And
Yeah.
I found also offensive that you have council members here, right? The example that one of my council colleagues, gave don't have nothing to do with him personally. He don't have any personal attachment to that, to the information he provided. And basically told that this was a commercial property, that it has to be a commercial property. Listen, there's errors. Even when we did an overall assessment, there are errors that take place. The only thing that bothered me with this whole thing is that the story somehow changed a little. We were told that what raises a flag on some of this tremendous increase that we saw, what raises a flag, that is the sale of a property. It raises a flag, then they put it in a software that this company has, and it raises the prices based on the sale price, the purchase price. So we already had a lengthy discussion on this. I'll leave it at that. But I'm glad we got somewhere. At least I could provide some solutions to those property owners who decided to come and invest in Paterson and live in Paterson and raise their kids in Paterson. And after their loan officers told them how much their mortgage payment was going to be, they saw a tremendous increase of about $800 to $1,000, some of them, and some even more on a monthly basis. So I'm glad I could tell those people to schedule an appointment and go see our tax assessors, and hopefully they could, verify that there was a mistake. It's normal to make mistakes, but at least we gotta have solutions when a mistake is made. It is unacceptable to turn people around and say, no, we cannot help you. You have to go through the county, right? And I've spoken to some appraisers. It is hard to win an appeal lately. So once they put that tag on you, once they put that increase on you, it's hard to win an appeal. Because unlike New York City, you cannot appeal based on assessment. And you cannot say, my neighbor's property is identical to mine, and that one is assessed at 200, and mine is assessed at 260. And in New York, you can do that. Here, you cannot do that. You cannot do comparisons based on assessments.
Why you cannot?
What's that?
Why you cannot?
Because you can't. That's the law. It was.
Council President.
Councilwoman, you can't help it.
Council President.
Mr. President, if I may, we do have a speaker holding on.
Council President, can I make a comment?
Well, is the speaker ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, the speaker is ready.
Councilman Khalid, hold on a minute. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Mayor.
Yes, the speaker.
Okay, Ryan, you may put you as speaker for the public portion. Please state your name and address for the record.
Victor Paterson, Wayne, New Jersey. I was a homeowner during an assessment a few years ago when the data collectors came to my house, and at the time I was a real estate appraiser as well, and I appealed many taxes in Paterson, and I'm curious as to what the appraisal company stated the data collectors are there for. And I have family there that own property that reached out to me for tax appeals this coming year. So I have some questions.
So I don't think you could have direct questions right now. But
okay.
What was passed to Councilman Velez was that the person that go to Councilman Jackson was that those basically young gentlemen that are going around, they're measuring the properties, and then they will have an appraisal sent later on. Was that your experience?
No, that was not my experience. My experience was complete opposite. I was home actually working on an appraisal, and I saw someone walking around my property, and I went out and asked him, what is he doing at my house? And he was measuring, and he said he was from the company, and he was measuring my property for an assessment. And I said, well, I never got a letter. He said, well, there was a letter sent out. I said, trust me, I never received a letter. And I said, can I see what you're doing? And at the time, he didn't know I was a real estate appraiser. So he had completed his sketch already. He had a property record card. And he said, well, he was already on his way to my neighbor's house. And I said, well, let me see what you have drawn up as a sketch. And I told him I'm a real estate appraiser. I invited him in. I was working on one. I actually had my appraisal software open. And when I looked at his sketch, he had my house at probably about 5,900 square feet. And I'm like, you're way off. And I pulled out a sketch, and I showed him my home at the time. My home was 4,300 square feet. And he told me that if I let him in, he didn't have to come in. He just had to measure, but if I let him in, he would receive a certain amount more per property record card. And the kid really had no idea what he was looking for. He said he trained for a week, and he's been working for 2 weeks. And when I invited him in, I said, okay, show me what you're going to do. And he had no idea what he was looking for. So I filled out the property record card for him to make sure it was accurate. And once I filled it out, I took him to my second floor, and I took him to my third floor, I took him to my basement. And to ensure accuracy, the square footage, I had to just totally erase what he had. I printed out a sketch that I had from my software, from my appraisal, for my home, and he recorded the correct square footage. Now, my concern was if he's doing this in speed to just get done with the homes, and how accurate was he going forward with the rest of the homes, and if that process has been changed or is it still in place?
Thank you, Victor. I appreciate your call, although you're no longer in Paterson, you do help out a lot of people from Paterson. You stated that at the beginning.
Yes, I performed plenty tax appeals in Paterson, and back then I was an appraiser. I'm in the process of completing my CE to retain my appraiser's license because I foresee another need for it in the near future.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Move to close.
Hold on a minute. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
I thought she said no.
Madam Clerk,
Hold on, council members. Actually,
I know a lady was supposed to be calling in. Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. President?
Do we have any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ryan indicated that there's someone who left a recorded comment, so we're gonna play that person.
Captain President, could you remove the people from the meeting now the presentation's over?
Yeah. Well, you guys them to leave. They could leave at this time.
Thank you for your visit.
Okay. We're just waiting for Ryan to put through the other person.
My name is Richard Solari. I am the president of the Condominium Association of Montgomery Village, located at 79-93 Montgomery Street in Paterson. I'm also the owner and developer of that building. We have 26 families there who are experiencing a decline in the overall wellness and quality of life on that street. Due to the junkyard that's across the street, and they have horrid behavior, and how they are just belligerent and could care less about quality of life on that street. They conduct most of their business out on the street, not on their own property. They double and triple park cars. There are cars parked there overnight without license plates on. They work on the cars in the street and on the gutter. There's fluids from cars leaking on the sidewalk. There's empty containers of oil and transmission fluid laying around. They leave the cars there. The police department does absolutely nothing. Sometimes the vehicle can't even get through the street because they're double and triple parked. These people have to have their license rejected and no longer do not renew their license. I don't care that they think they're grandfathered there. This is an R2 zone. The neighborhood has been improving over time. Back in the day when Tim Dale owned that property, he was a congenial man that understood the value of home ownership in that neighborhood and acted accordingly. These people could care less, and we need them to leave. So thank you very much. If you'd like to contact me, I'm at 201-394-7549. We have photographs, we have videos, and any other information that you may need. That these people have to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. We have one other speaker. Just bear with us. You're putting them through. Give them a couple of seconds, please. Is the next speaker ready? You may go ahead. Justin? Still want to wait another minute? Okay. Mr. President, we're not sure if the person is leaving a message, so we're just going to give them, they're still in the menu, so we're just going to give them another minute see what they're doing. Oh, the committee, like, okay, go ahead. He's gonna play the message.
I'm a resident of 79 Montgomery Street. My name is Miss Watkins. I'm calling pertaining to the junkyards across the street. They are a nuisance to the residents of this area. I have videotaped them being on the property until 3 o'clock in the morning. They double park, triple park in the street. They're not compliant as far as their garbage is concerned. I've seen them, throw liquids and oil canisters in the back of garbage trucks, and I know that's not the way you're supposed to get rid of things. And once again, when I try to get home in the evening, there's no parking on the street. They've parked cars with fake license plates on the cars that are not registered. This is just an ongoing problem that continues to take place over and over every year, and nothing has been done about this. I hope something is done soon.
Okay, that was just a recording of someone that was threatening. Is there anyone else?
No other speakers?
Just give me a second, I have to communicate with them. That's it? Mr. President, there's no one else on the public portion may entertain a motion to close.
Move to close.
Second by Councilman Velez.
I just,
Ms. Cotton did. Ms. Cotton did.
no, I didn't second it, but I knew somebody was calling me about the public portion, that's all. If you want to close it, but I knew she was calling me to try to get in.
We have a lengthy agenda, which I would have more speakers. Thank you, Councilman.
There's a motion on this, right?
I'll let her know that they're closing the meeting, that's all.
Well, that person, you brought this up maybe like 10 minutes ago, right?
No, but what happened was that the other two people left a recording.
Got it.
So I don't know if she left a recording or she's waiting on. The other two people left a recording.
Got it.
About the same item that's on the agenda tonight.
I think Ryan will know if they're on the queue. He has the capability to know if they're there.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Who did the motion?
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez.
Okay. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop session of December 8th, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and bear with me, council members, because I do feel that this is going to be a lengthy meeting, so I just want to give a quick update during my 2 minutes on roll call about some of the great things that we have, the delays in the 6th Ward, because I've received many text messages from my residents. If you drive around the People's Park section, currently right now, we are investing in our infrastructure and many of the roads are getting repaved, making the 6th Ward probably the ward that has the most newly resurfaced roads in the entire city. East 20th Street, East 21st Street, East 22nd, East 23rd, East 24th, Kid Place, all being resurfaced curb to curb. I want to thank DPW, PSE&G that they're not doing a quick just reshot of the roads. They're doing curb to curb on most of the roads in People's Park. We also did Potomac Avenue, Vernon Avenue, and Grove Street. All this has occurred in the past week. I'm sorry I couldn't be on Facebook. I'm dealing with COVID as we speak, and I'm quarantined, and I'm good. I'm on my 12th day, and therefore I haven't really been out there. In the last meeting, I haven't been able to give our updates. But to the residents, please be patient. Councilman, Council President, please be patient for your commute onto Route 80 from Lakeview section. The roads are almost done. I know they got them closed right now. I know you're frustrated, Council President, but these are big investments for our residents, making the 6th Ward probably the ward that has the most newly resurfaced roads throughout. I think we're over 75 roads in the past 2 years since I've been on the council. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
that's the case, Councilman, then let me tell you something. You know, they're paving my roads and I tell them don't pave them because they just got paved, and you know what, then I'm gonna have to be like you. And like these companies that keep coming here digging up our roads, you know, they're gonna have to do curb to curb. So I'm letting my fourth ward constituents know that I'm getting on these people coming up in here, tearing up our roads that just got paved. So I just wanna say that. I was waiting for someone else to call, but you know, I heard you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're right.
So, I just want to point out a few facts. Without withstanding, I understand that I'm happy for the councilman of the 6th Ward to be the recipient of so many newly paved roads, but to Councilwoman Cotton's point, there is a tendency for us to have newly paved roads quickly dug up and destroyed. Not only that, but the contractors, as I ran across another contractor who had the worst attitude as they're breaking the law. So I want to, just point out the fact that, the oversight on this stuff has to be better. We have to do a better job in ensuring that the public's dollars are being spent properly and not being wasted, because here we are spending valuable dollars on resurfacing a road, and someone comes behind less than a year later, digs it up, and even when they do, they don't put the proper compact compost in the underground aggregate, and therefore the roads are failing throughout the city, sinkholes and on newly paved roads. But with that being said, I can continue complaining about the same thing and not seeing any results, but I'll continue to raise the red flag, and hopefully one day someone will listen. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kelly?
Got it.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
1 second, sorry about that, Madam Clerk. So, I just wanna, make a recommendation or request to the administration. With the onset of the shootings that are going on throughout the city of Paterson, I sent an email in the past in regards to identifying what the strategy is. We have our kids that are home, they're doing virtual learning, and we have a lot of these incidents going on sometimes throughout the course of the afternoon in several areas of our community. So I'm asking this administration, once again, I'm doing it now publicly, that there needs to be some level of communication to this council, whether it is an executive session, to talk about proactively how do we save our sons and daughters and to protect the residents of the city of Paterson. So I am once again requesting that now on public record. It is just getting out of hand. We need to have some level of strategy. I'm not saying, that you need to give us the full details, but we need to have some level of dialogue to ensure the safety of the residents of the great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'm going to be real short. I'm going to try not use to my 2 minutes like my colleague Abdulaziz did. But there's two aspects I'm going to mention, and I'm going to put him on blast at this time. And I know Councilman Jackson did not mention the disrespectful level of this company called Sansari, or Sansari, whatever his name is the red trucks that are doing the break of our roads for PC&G. The level of disrespect that their employees have, towards everyone in the city of Paterson is not acceptable. Talking to them for months, how to keep the equipment out of our street. 5th Ward is a limited area of parking. A lot of people don't have driveways. Cars cannot even park in our street. They start early to dig roads, closing roads, no exit, traffic plan, no escape traffic plan. I could see small street closed, going around, people going around in circles. The gridlock that this construction company have done in this area of the Fifth Ward is tremendous. Today, I sent, and I hope Billy Rodriguez, the director of DPW, saw the picture that I sent him, how they destroyed the Roberto Clemente Park, putting those machines inside that park without permits. Without permits. And the good part is, they don't even have permits to have those construction equipment in our streets. And still it flies, still fly. The constructor blamed the chief of police. The police say that he never gave authority, so they be having that game, who say, who don't say, and that's acceptable. And I advise them, if they don't correct the problem at the end of this week, I don't care calling Channel 12, I don't care call Channel Telemundo, I don't care 41, but I gotta go blast on them because Councilman Flavio, you have to see this. The residents and the business owner on Market Street for the fourth consecutive week have lost revenues because they got Market Street closed all the way down to Madison Avenue. Not even talking about the emergency vehicles that have to go around and around in circles to get to a place. Okay, so that is putting the residents of Paterson on risk. That is not taking consideration the taxpayer of Paterson, and they get a lot of money for this contract. And Councilwoman Miss, thank you for elaborating in something that I've been requesting since August 5th. A executive section meeting with the police. I'm gonna wrap it up because you're the one holding that meeting too.
You're doing 2 minutes, everybody, 2 minutes, closing.
No problem. Stop reading the, Councilman, stop reading the comments on YouTube. And let's
No,
do this.
the alarm just rang, Councilman.
Okay, so now you interrupt me, so let me finish. Last but not least, Councilwoman Litmus, thank you for bringing it up. I've been looking forward to this meeting with the chief of police. What is his plan? What's the lack of response of the chief? And we need to move forward. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
So, Madam BA, quickly. It is interesting. Every time we complain about the early closures, I don't understand if it's not an emergency, if something doesn't break, why is it that they have to close the roads before 8:30? I understand right now the kids are not in school, but it is just interesting that when we complain and we make a big deal out of it, they stop for like 2 weeks and then they go back at it. The police officers, they're there present, they're supposed to be enforcing these ordinances. But because they're getting paid, they don't enforce it, I guess. So what is it that we have to do, Madam BA? What is it that we have to do? My vote is yes. As, I expect an answer after my vote. My vote is yes. To close.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed. Thank you.
It's just disrespectful, Council President.
So Madam BA, what is it that we need to do to get this? I heard the mayor one time call me, you see, we take, but for 2 weeks, they stopped for 2 weeks and they back at it.
Yes, Council President, I know this is an ongoing issue and it's something that in conversation even with Corporation Council, we know that in the ordinance, while it does say the 9 o'clock time, there's also discretion for emergencies and, there's a lot of discretion left to the police. So it might be something that the first step could be a further review of the ordinance and to update it so there isn't that level of discretion.
I stated.
What exactly is that discretion, Council President? There is no discretion. We removed that a long time ago.
I don't want, it's not part of the agenda. Please look into it because this is crazy. Like everything else, we bring up things and they don't get addressed. Please.
I know Director Rodriguez wanted to jump in on this.
Yeah, I'll let him speak right now. But we always bring residents' concerns and they never get addressed. So it is frustrating. Director?
Right. As we know that Fred Markron is our in-house engineer. His first day in office, we had a meeting, and this was the main topic that we talked about was having our utility companies let us know when they're in our city and holding them accountable for what time they come in our city. We'll be meeting with the off-duty assignment officer. Hopefully next week, we're gonna be setting that meeting up, and we will be straightening this out in Paterson. We have a lot of complaints about this. We know about it, and we will straighten it out.
So Corporation Counsel, as much as I am supportive of the police, if they don't address this, I want to look at the possibility, and it's not popular, but if they're going to be disrespectful and continue to do this, is there a way that we could, you know what, we'll have a conversation. This is not the time
Council President,
for drastic measures.
Council President, very quickly. Thank you, Council President. Very quickly. So first and foremost, Council President, I just want to inform you as well as engage with the Corporation Council. It is a state law. It is a mandate by state that certain provisions must be made. For example, you should not just ride up on a road closure sign. It's a necessity that a certain amount of feet prior to a road closure, there needs to be adequate signage that gives the driver and or pedestrian the ability to assess the oncoming detour. That's not being done. It is a state law. It is a law based on DCA. If you remove virgin soil from the ground, you must discard the soil and replace it with the aggregate such as QP or 2-inch stone. It's not being done. In the local legislation that this council had approved the amendments for, remove any discretion. It is impossible for an emergency job to be scheduled days before. An emergency should be exactly that, an emergency. If a pipe bursts and someone is called to the scene within a matter of 12 hours, that would signify an emergency. What's happening right now is a level of disrespect that is just unimaginable, that we're being told that this work is emergency work. It is disrespectful for anyone to say that, let alone for this BA to come before this body and indicate that this work that's being done is an emergency, is our emergency jobs. When Montana Construction is riding around every single day doing these connections for the water company, and while the company that Councilman Velez had noted is doing all this work for PSC&G. That is disrespectful, Council President, and this council should not be standing idle while the administration and these companies disrespect the council and, more importantly, disrespect the community.
Council President, you mute.
Let's continue with the agenda.
Yes, Mr. President, I think we're ready. Can we continue with the first reading ordinance?
Yes.
That's number 9. Number 9 is leasing a portion of Christopher Hope from Paterson Housing Authority. It's under Health and Human Services.
I think we discussed this previously, didn't we?
Yeah, it's an old item. It's an old item, Council.
Yes, Councilman, good evening, everyone. So we did have this conversation last year when I first came on. We did approve a resolution for 2018 because we were a little behind, and January to June of 2019. Then the council, we had the conversation, council decided to pull as the BA and the Corporation Council had further conversations with housing, because the question was, what is that money going towards? Because it was just rent on the lease and on the resolution. So we kind of broke it down into what this item covered. As you see in the resolution, as the backup, we have utility, so we have gas and electric, we have parking spaces, custodial and maintenance services, janitorial supplies, and that's kind of what adds up to the amount. of the money that we pay Housing Authority. It's really for the services that they have for us, as well as the uses of gym, which they usually don't charge us. They have recreation activities, although the Youth Service Bureau is always a priority. And you'll see on the first memo, which I think we updated, April, May, and June of this year, obviously there's no charge because of COVID. So I'm presenting a resolution for January of 2020 to December 30th of 2021.
Thank you. There's no questions on this, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item 10. Number 10. Is this parking spaces?
So we can leave it for first reading?
Yes.
Okay, and the other one is, this handicap parking spaces for various roads.
So, Corporation Counsel, I know I'm giving you a lot of things, but last time I asked you, to look at the law that they have in Passaic to limit the amount of, handicap spots. So it's just a question.
Council President,
So, Councilman Velez.
I believe I had the conversation with Farah. I don't know if she's there. Farah?
Yeah, you have a question on this one?
No, the one that you just stated now. We had a conversation. I guess you could clarify that about the Passaic, we limited the parking or whatever for handicap.
Did you want me to address the ordinance we're working on? Because Councilman Velez and I are talking about an ordinance to kind of limit the handicap to kind of deal with. So
I asked you for a review a while back in a public meeting.
The review.
Are you working on that?
Yeah, we are. So I'm
give us an update then.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, give us an update.
So I have gone.
Give us an update.
If I break it up, because can you hear me? All right, because it seems like I've broken up a little bit. So I have done a review of several different municipalities. I've done Passaic, I've done Wayne, I've done Clifton, I've done a lot of municipalities in Passaic County to see what's comparable for us. Some municipalities do or their spaces are only limited for certain parties. So Councilman Velez and I have been talking about limiting the handicap spaces because there is a tendency for some folks to kind of reserve a space. So what'll happen is if they don't have the handicap plate and they have the placard that you kind of hang your window, what's happening is I'll put my car there, hang the placard in my window, and then my brother will go to work and he's really the one who's handicapped. So those are the kinds of things that we're reviewing for and we're adjusting, making some adjustments to the ordinance, which Councilman Velez and I think we should have it before DPW probably for the next council meeting in January for the council to review and give us some changes.
That's good. We're going to discuss it as soon as you finish with the review.
Thank you.
Council President.
Yeah, Corporation Counsel could be in. How many spots could be in a block a year in the city of Passaic? Limited to a number of.
That's the issue that we was going over in the law. That's why, Madam Corporate Counsel, there's no such thing in Passaic that limited the handicap in one block. But the provision is going to be put so strictly in this ordinance amending it moving forward that I believe everybody will satisfy.
I think I read it. I read it.
There is some limitation based on it, because the way we have it, it can be anywhere on a block. So we have to look at some limitations based on is it the house. We also talk about limitations based on the evaluation and how someone gets it in front of their house. So in front of my house, I could have one, not have one. So we're going through several different municipalities to make sure, number one, we're on par. I don't want any challenges at law. I also want us to make sure that we're fair to our residents.
So then one last thing, and then Councilwoman Cotton. So you mean to tell me that the city of Passaic does not have limitations on the amount of spots they could have in a specific block?
There is some limitation, but it's based on the number of houses. It's based on several. God.
So we could do something similar. So you're working on it. That's good.
That's what I'm doing now. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. You know, it's just sad that I have to sit here tonight and I done sat with 3 or 4 corporation council and every time and every last one of them said there's nothing that we can do about handicap parking. And now you sit here, corporation council, and said there is some stuff that we can do. But I sat here 8 years and we heard corporation council, Councilor Velez, you heard it too, that no, we cannot do anything with these handicap parking. So I'm just curious as what's going to get done. I'm talking about from other corporation council that sat before you, corporation council power. That's what I mean. That's all. I don't have to know. Like for 8 years, oh, you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. What? Thank you, Council
I
President.
give you the service, Councilwoman Kind.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Yeah, a resident brought that up to me that, I gotta give him credit for that, so I looked into it. Councilman, Mendes.
No, I just have a quick question, and to all my colleagues, and I think that we all agree that, handicap has been, people see that as a problem because there's so many handicap in a lot of the block in the city of Paterson. Now, I know we have the director on the line. The question that I have for the chairman of the committee and the director is, what are we doing for the people that are moving from one section to another section and have those handicap? How do we keep track on that? What are we doing to remove those handicap from those sections now that those people either they die or they move? What are we doing about that?
Oh, if somebody's moving, they should report it to the traffic division. If we find out, we remove it. Some people don't tell us that they're moving. Once they fill out the paperwork or somebody complains about a handicap sign is up that's not being used or being used wrong, we go out, we investigate it. If it's not being used right, we remove it. That's how it's handled right now.
And just to pick up a little bit of Billy, you forgot to add that a monthly, Bill Satudo goes out there with a list of the renewals and the one that at the same time he verify if they still active, if they pass away or not, and if they don't come up with a proper document, the handicap will be removed based on that.
Yeah, that's for the new applications or the new.
Correct.
Thank you, council member. So, Madam
Council President?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, Council President. So, I just want to bring this to the table because it's very unfortunate that our residents are looking for relief and they're looking for a way to find a way to maneuver through the monotony of having no parking, on their blocks because of the very, very poor planning process that's been going on within the Division of Zoning and Planning and, of various other departments. And I hate to continue to be the sore thumb, but the reality of it is, there's a very poor job being done by this administration when it comes to the levels of enforcement. So now what we're doing is we're trying to write legislation because of certain things that's just not taking place. Now, I just want to make this note and make it publicly, because last night we had a First Ward community meeting, and the residents on Tyler Street and Paterson Street, they're consistently calling me, asking me what's going on with the parking scenario. Each of you helped me to pass an ordinance to apply the parking permitting situation, and this administration has failed to administer it. So it's been several months now since it's been passed, and then we've gone through the period of waiting for it to be the 25-day incubation period, and still nothing for the residents. While my residents on Hopper Street are complaining that Prospect Park has now come in. They painted lines, letting the residents on that side know exactly where they can park. So the residents on Prospect Park side are now parking on Paterson side, taking up more parking spaces. So, there's a level of accountability that's necessary here, and it has to come directly from the administration. One, with regard of enforcement. We're disregarding some laws, and then we're, heavily enforcing others. I would like to also know, Council President, like to get an answer on when exactly can the residents on Tyler and Paterson Street have their fully implemented parking permit process laid out, rolled out?
Director or Madam DA, can you provide an answer? Then we're gonna move to the next item.
Okay, Council President, I can assist as well. Last night, I actually attended Councilman Jackson's community meeting, which I greatly enjoyed. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for the invite. And while I was in the meeting, that topic did come up, and I actually spoke with Director Rodriguez on the issue. So we are working to get that done down. Director Rodriguez can finish that answer. Additionally, with Councilman Velez and in his committee, we are talking about particularly areas in the 1st Ward and the 6th Ward where we know that parking in Clifton for the 6th Ward, Haledon, Prospect Park in the 1st Ward are problems. So Councilman Velez is talking about a citywide parking permit program where we can address some of those issues, particularly in our borders. Director Rodriguez?
Corporation Council, I think you said it all, but yeah, we are working on that. You're working on the ordinance for the Tyler Street area. I talked to a resident in the area with Councilman Jackson. I think last week it was Councilman. We are implementing street cleaning there. The citywide residential parking program is being talked about and being vetted through the committee, and that's where we stand with that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Number 11.
11 and 12, I don't know if my colleagues have any concerns with those.
So, Council President, they all was vetted in committee, proper documentation in, with supporting documents. The number 11 was a recommendation from New Jersey Transit, and the information there. Ordinance number 12 is a document was submitted, is a loading zone, not a loading zone, a restricting parking for the trucks, tractor trailer crew make the back in and back out from the company is a light industrial zone, so they need that area. So all the documents are put in that.
What's the address on East 25th Street?
East 25th Street is 500, I believe it is. This is in the resolution. Do you have your package, sir?
I don't have the resolution in front of me.
Okay, let me number 12 in the package. Sorry. The address is oh my God, I had it. East 26th Street.
864.
Correct, 864.
64 is that between what blocks?
Sir, you know East 30th Street and supermarket, strip mall, there's a Lanco company in the back.
Perfect. Just want to make sure it was in the 6th Ward. Thank you.
No, I want to make sure if it's in the 6th Ward, we get approval of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first reading for both of those.
Yes, 11 and 12. Mr. President, 13 and 14.
Before we go there, Madam Clerk.
Acá, es 64 y 25 no está en el tercer barrio, ¿verdad que no?
No, it's in the 5th Ward.
Councilman, you have to mute yourself.
I'm sorry, I do apologize. I'm just looking at, I know it's in the 5th Ward. I'm so working here at the same time. I'm trying to multitask.
No, you was campaigning in the wrong street, that's why.
We're gonna try to, continue. Let's do number 36 since I have Jerry Spiziel here.
Yeah. No. Mr. President, why I mentioned 13 and 14? I'm sorry, Director.
Yeah, we'll go back to 13, 14. Let's do 36.
Yes. Number 36?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I also have Lieutenant Todd Pearl, who has been spearheading the Body Worn Camera project, so just in case any questions come up as to training and where we're going and why we're doing this way, so we can answer it for you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Do any of you have questions on this one, council members?
Council President.
This is for the
Councilman Mendes and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Body cams.
So resolution 56 on the very camera. You have the director on the line. Director, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Councilman. How are you?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Director, listen. Yes, I can hear you, and I just wanna share this. I was very excited to see this item on the agenda because I've been very vocal about battery cameras since 2018 because it definitely protect the department and it will protect the public as well. But
Yes, it
I see the number that we invest. Definitely, this is a big deal for us for Patterson, and we've been involved with so many litigation when it comes to the police department. This is going to help us a lot to protect the city,
Yes.
protect the resident. I know we have an annual fee, and on the annual fee that we're going to pay to this company, I know the biggest challenge that we have with this process, with body camera, is the software. In terms of maintenance on the software, in terms of warranty, what can you tell us about this project?
What I can tell you is what you're looking at there, Councilman. The council has already approved, and the administration has we already have the installation, we already have the hardware, we already have the cameras, we already have the cooling, the climate control for the room where the cameras are. We already have the legal review by corporate counsel. We already had the prosecutor's office do their legal review and the attorney general. Everything is all done. The only thing that we found was we only had 3 licenses for the 5-year period. So what does that mean, the 3 licenses? And the reason I'm asking for these 50 licenses is those 3 licenses would only let 3 people look at the videos of 150 cameras. So I need 50. I have people that will be in our corporation counsel's office that have to answer Oprah requests. There'll be people in the police department and internal affairs that have to view it. Myself, supervisors, line supervisors that want to see what's going. There's going to be so many. That's why we needed these additional licenses so that we have access. And when we press the start button, we're not pressing the stop button again because we misstepped. So that's why we're doing this and making sure we spoke with everybody that's involved in this. And if you would, Lieutenant Pearl, maybe you could answer a little further and deeper because we've started some of the training already, and there's been a lot of moving parts to this, but these licenses are very critical. So I can see what a police officer's doing at any time. A captain can, a lieutenant can, an internal affairs can. Like I said, the public making requests, somebody didn't turn something on. That's an automatic investigation. So there's a lot of things, redactions of people that we have to redact, a child. Maybe we're in a hospital, so that's what this is all about and why we need those additional licenses. And if you would add, Todd, what you can, I would greatly appreciate it, Lieutenant.
Sure. So I actually, Rick, you pretty much covered it. I would just say that, the licenses, giving the licenses to the appropriate people and the appropriate number of people would allow the appropriate oversight that we're all hoping that the body-worn cameras give us, right? So it would allow, not only in instances where the policy or some cases Attorney General guidelines require certain things to be done by supervisors or by internal affairs, which would require those licenses, but also just generally would allow supervisors to randomly review videos and ensure, whether, if a cop did something good, they can be commended for it. If they did something where they feel like, there could be a training thing that would assist moving forward or some other kind of oversight, that the licenses would allow for that as well.
Council President?
Councilwoman Khan, then Councilman Ortiz.
All right, Mr. President, but
Council President.
let me ask you something, Todd. For us, we're applying for 50 licenses, because how many body cameras, how many body cam outfits do we have that the city has purchased?
150 we have, Councilwoman.
150. So in other words, the 50 licenses that we're going to have is basically for
it's for oversight and review, you know what I mean?
So like when the guy's working out there, he's walking down Broadway, I can see what he's doing?
No, you couldn't, but our internal affairs could, the captain can.
No, I'm not saying
yes.
I can see what he's doing.
Right, Todd? We'll be able to review all that.
So
not live.
Correct. Councilman wouldn't be able to show live view. but it would allow the supervisors and internal affairs corporation counsel to have the access they needed to do certain redactions or oversight or reviews that are necessary.
Okay.
Once they come back in, Councilwoman, like, you know, an officer takes a camera out, he puts it on his, you know, on his chest. He goes out, or he or she goes out into the field. What happens is the second they come back to that docking station, it downloads all the data into the system, and then everyone that has these licenses can automatically start looking and reviewing.
Oh, so they can look at it when they come back, but they can't.
Correct. It'll download.
Until they come back in. Okay. Now, I mean, because I know, Jeremy, they have something in place.
Yes.
On why if for them not to be shutting their cameras off and shutting them back on.
Correct. That's why we have all of this review, because we've gone through policy with Corporation Counsel Irving. She's reviewed our policy, and then we sent it over to the prosecutor's office, and they've reviewed it. We got the Attorney General guidelines that have, you know, we had to stay within. So everybody's been going back and forth with making sure when it goes on, when it goes off, how it goes on, and if an officer makes that mistake, and he's at a car stop and he doesn't turn it on. Those reviews are going to be how we're going to catch those instances. It may be a training issue, but God forbid we have a situation where someone doesn't turn it on and there's use of force. That's a serious situation. So that's why we need these licenses to make sure that there's critical oversight with more than enough of us reviewing this.
All right, thank you, Director. Thank you, Todd.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Abdulaziz?
Thank you, Council President. Director and Lieutenant, thank you for making it very clear that the item that's in front of us is not us purchasing body cams. This council has taken that initiative to get our police officers 150 body cams. This is pretty much for the administrative oversight to oversee this, right? Just imagine if you have a system, you got the admin responsibilities that gives you access to all this. The question I have to Director, you have 150 cameras, and you're asking for 50 licenses, and I just want to make sure that these licenses, when you give administrative rights, it's not giving it to the entire department or giving it to...
No. This is for internal affairs, Councilman. This is for executive staff like the deputy chiefs, the chiefs, captains, of the divisions, lieutenants in the patrol division. For those that are going to be supervising these people, corporation counsel, people that are going to have to pull the Oprah requests based on these. We don't know, how many requests we'll get once we turn these on. That's why we're going to do a pilot program from the get-go.
We're probably going to get a lot of requests. My question is, that the lieutenant could answer this. Does this software give you who logged on, what time they logged on? Does it have a tracking? Who's going out?
So every individual person has their own login, and what that allows, actually, it's part of the training that I do, is I tell them under no circumstances should you be sharing your login, because every single time you log in, pull a video, watch it, how long you've watched it for, if there were any alterations, if you marked anything, if you changed the file number, which sometimes those things are necessary, but it logs who did it, when they did it, and exactly what they did.
Thank you. And last but not least, Council President, the New Jersey legislature has passed, and I don't know, I don't want to speak for the governor, I don't know if he signed the bill, that mandating everyone, all officers have body cameras. I know we purchased 150. That does not satisfy, or does not satisfy the needs of all police officers in our department. I remember our old chief said that it'll only give us a certain amount, because then you got to upload it. And, what is our plan to have enough body cams for a police officer?
It's always going to be a cost factor, and it's always going to be a cost factor with the storage, as you know. The storage, the body cams are not the expensive component of this. It's when we get get into licensing, it's when we get into the body cameras are relatively inexpensive, and the maintenance, if they break, we get them repaired immediately, we get a new one. If they upgrade, we got the Cadillac of plans. The problem is the storage. The storage is what costs everybody. I just did something between Barnegat, you may have saw it on Spotlight News, and then they came up to Paterson to talk about ours. That storage, Councilman, is just, so expensive. And as we move forward, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to fund these, because this is an unfunded mandate, unfortunately.
That's
this is an unfunded mandate.
Separate argument for the Supreme Court with
Yeah.
unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
But we need to be prepared because the legislature has mandated us to do that.
Believe me. I spoke on it, and I'll tell you, Councilman, they were talking to Barnegat that had 12 cops, and then you're talking to me with 420. Are you talking apples to oranges here? With costs, with storage, with Oprah requests, with licensing, with making sure that they're maintained. You have to have climate control room. I mean, this is quite a process here. But we're getting there.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I think most of the items were touched on from question of Councilman Abdelaziz with regard to the registry. And if we can get that information provided by the carrier, specifically when a video is downloaded, that it's going to be documented on exactly who downloaded the video, when, and where. I think, from a legal perspective, we need to be careful on how we're allowing ourselves to be opened up for potential litigation.
Agreed.
Because a video was leaked. And we see it happen all the time. You see, instances around the country where where no one should have had access to the video besides the department, and then these videos are leaked. So if we can provide that information prior to next week's vote, and also, what is the total additional cost for these 50 licenses? And
I think it's 24.
Do we have are the people who are going to have these access to these licenses being labeled by name, by rank, by position?
Councilman, we're going to have this completely, like I said, Lieutenant Pearl, Corporation Counsel, the prosecutor, the agent, everybody has worked on this. We're an accredited agency. This policy is still not complete, and that's why it wouldn't be complete by next week, because it's still at the prosecutor's office. It's been there, sent back to us, been to legal, sent back to us, then we make changes, then send it back. This has been going on for weeks, just the policy. And that's why we said, look, it's going to hold us up if we don't get these licenses. We don't want to hold this program any longer. So while the legal review is still at the prosecutor's office on the final go-round, that's why. But this is not going to be something where we're passing licenses out, Mike, and just letting people hey, here's a logon, go sign on and see what you can find. No, this is going to be completely structured, and like I said, Lieutenant Pearl has done a phenomenal job on this, and he's really taken the time with the accreditation people, with internal affairs. We've had meeting after meeting, prosecutor's office, legal counsel with the city. This is not something that's being done haphazardly. Excuse me?
How much is it going to
The
cost?
cost is on there. I think it's like 24 something, isn't it? 24.5 or? Yeah, and for the cost.
Council President?
Yes, hold on a minute. So let's try to keep the, we already have any on this. Let's just try to keep the brief. Councilman Velez.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it brief.
First. Councilwoman, please. He did. A while back, He just reminded me now.
That's why I was gonna remind you that she was first.
Councilman, don't start, please.
I'm not saying nothing.
Thank you, Councilman of the Fifth Ward. Thank you. I'll take that grace from you. Thank you from the Fifth Ward, and 5 being the number of grace. So yeah, it's 23.4 in the first year, and then, for the additional 3 years, it's a total cost of 93.6. Question, Director, with the, licensing, and it's only going to, you're gonna have certain people that will be able to, have oversight. Will the items be operable, that if someone makes a request, maybe through a lawyer, maybe through residents or constituents, can they Oprah the details of what's on the body cams if there is a concern?
Oh, yeah, that's why we have to, that's why this policy had to go to Corporation Council. So if me, Jerry Spezial, goes out with a body cam on tomorrow and I am walking down Main Street and decide to talk to you, or I decide, anytime I interact with the public, that camera's gotta go on. So you decide to find out, you wanna Oprah under the Open Public Records Act to find out what my interaction was with you, or how that, you weren't happy with the way it went down. You can offer that, and we have we'll have to burn that onto a disc or onto a drive. It's gonna be, a little bit costly, and like I said, we're gonna have to provide it. This is something new for us, Councilwoman, and it's not gonna be easy, and that's why we wanted to make sure we had these licenses, had them all in place before we go hitting the start button.
And then in addition, if I may.
Yeah, thank you.
We're also going to have to provide discovery at the municipal court level, which is why my office has several licenses, because if someone has an interaction, if there's a charge in municipal court, you've got to provide that as well. So there are several uses for this video. In addition to the Oprah, there's going to be internal affairs reviews. There's going to be There's a bunch of different things that this is going to be used for. And the other issue, the reason why we really need the licenses, particularly as it pertains to my office, is we're going to have to be able to redact. So we're going to have to be able to put out license plates and faces and children and a whole plethora of things that the AG guidelines have given us.
That was gonna be my next point, but my final point is this. I know it's been in legislation. I know Newark has been on the front line for the Citizen Review Board. How close are we to implementing that? Are we at the point from a council perspective that we're almost there? Where do we stand? Is that something that's close? Have they voted on it as of yet?
I can answer that, Director. So the matter was actually at the appellate division. The appellate division overturned it, so now we are going to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court of New Jersey has to rule on the issue. Before the city of Paterson implements it and enters into more costly litigation, we need to wait on the Supreme Court ruling as to whether or not the subpoena powers are in place and what the Supreme Court feels, because the police union is challenging this. So we gotta wait. So the Supreme Court, we're hoping we'll hear this in the next session. As everybody knows, because the COVID courts are backed up, so we don't know when they're gonna hear it.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Let's put that
Thank you, Corporate Council, thank you. Thank you, Director.
Put that one on.
Thank you.
So can I make my comment and question?
Here, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
Let's put that one on consent.
Council President.
Mr. President, I think Councilman Village?
No.
For anything. Okay, I got it. Mr. President, if I may, and honorable council members, this is going to increase the Oprahs in the clerk's office. Not for Paterson, it's for all the city clerks throughout the whole municipality. And this is where I need an additional person in this office. It's going to be a lot of more Oprahs being on top of what we have already. It's going to be tough.
We're going to get some overtime.
I just want to bring it to,
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
It's gonna
There's a lot of different, this is gonna be new for all of us. I mean, this is new for all of us. Yep.
Right, let's thank you, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Lieutenant, thank you very much for getting on, and everyone have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I know I told you we want to go to, the 13, but can we do Health and Human Services?
Oh, that's why I wanted to talk to you about 13 and 14, the Health and Human Services. These were on the last meeting, but you had to recuse. If you had recused yourself from these items, we didn't have a quorum. And that's why we had placed them for this meeting. That's what at the November 10th meeting. I don't know if the council had any questions since the director is here.
So put those on regular.
13 and 14, because you have to recuse.
Yeah, then we're gonna go to 28 to 34.
Right. Let me see what those are. Hold on. 28 to 34. Okay. All right, these are health and human services. Okay.
Councilor, please.
Council President, these are pretty much grants and items that we usually get the city of Paterson. I don't see any issues. We met as a committee. I would recommend, I know Councilman Cott's gonna give a question to number 30, I'm assuming, but the rest I think could go, recommend to consent.
Actually, I think there might be a question on 28 also. I think Councilwoman Mims have a question on 28. So, I would say that if that's the case, 29, 31, 32, 33, 34 on consent. Let's hear the discussion on 28 and 30, and then we decide.
Director's here to answer the questions that you may have.
So just give me a minute. So, Councilwoman Mims, since you have a concern on 28, I'm gonna start with you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Keep muted.
Click on it.
I'm clicking. Am I up free? Okay.
How to do it, Councilwoman?
I see you have us like muted out. I feel like I'm playing jump rope. Let me jump in. Let me jump out.
So raise your hand. Is anyone on the floor? Hey, raise your hand, please.
I've been doing pretty good, Council President. But 28, I think a lot of my questions have been answered. This is actually not something we've done. This is actually new. So I want to put that on the floor. Number 28 is implementing an award of contract to United Way to be the financial consultant service for our Financial Empowerment Center, which is the new entity that we have in the city. Some of the questions that I had, I reached out, I spoke to Director O'Sheen and to our purchasing agent, but here's some of the questions I'm just putting in. I wanted to know who are on the evaluation committee. In this award of contract through RFP, there were 4 applicants. One outside of Paterson, United Way being Passaic County, and then there were 2 entities that were Paterson based. So I was asking the question of the weightiness and how they were scored to give United Way of Passaic County this particular grant. And in particular, one of the people that did apply, they've never applied for any grants in the city of Paterson. And so I was asking, how do we include or make sure that the score for Paterson-based entities, how do we get them to increase in the scoring mechanism for awards such as this? So that's something they said they'll take into consideration and to look at. I also questioned the account number of where the money was coming from. I found that it was coming from the Department of Justice COVID relief grant. So I just wanted to find out where the money was coming from, and it showed the control number for the availability of funds. But I just wanted to ensure that the process was thorough. So I don't have any additional questions, but it is new, Council President. It's not something we've done. This is an actual new award of contract that's being given to United Way of Passaic County.
Do you need an answer from the director?
No, I spoke to her. I did my due diligence. I spoke to them.
So, if no one else have a question on any of these items, could we put all of them on consent? Okay, Councilwoman Cotton.
Number 30, okay. Okay, 28 is consent, okay.
Hold on a minute, Madam Clerk, I think,
Resolution number 30, first of all, the dates are wrong. It should be January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. We went from funding, probably 10 or 12, nonprofit organizations in the state, and they have decided to, only fund, I got my notes with me, so I'm just against this item. Because with all the situation that we have here in our city, January, no, this is the following year. Last year, we funded July 1st to December 31st, four nonprofits, that's all we did, four. For 101,000 because we had a 6-year plan, 6-year budget. Now we go into a full year, 1-year budget. They have eliminated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nonprofits that is working with our city and has been working with our city. And we're in a bad situation. And I see where I said 8 or 10 have worked with our community, and deal with thousands of people. So I just can't agree, so you gotta make the correction. I just cannot agree the way, if you look at your, resolution item, I can agree to, put $150,000 in senior services, and what that's for is to pay 5 salaries. I can't do it, because I got 8 to 10 organizations that's not getting anything at all, for 2021. And I just want to put, and if I could just start naming the organizations, and I'll name them: the Grandparent Center, the Hearts and Hannah, the Hispanic Multi Center, the Jumpstart Program, St. Luke CDC, St. Paul CDC, the Trailblazers, the YMCA, and all these organizations helps our community. Every last one of them. And how do you not give them nothing? I state my point, and that's what I have to say. That's all.
Councilman Abdulaziz?
So thank you, Councilman. Before we hand it over to the director, we had a lengthy conversation about this in committee, and the director stated, you see that there's a large allocation to senior services. Something that our director stated during this pandemic, that the Health and Human Service Department is out there delivering boxed food to our seniors throughout the entire city. Not what they're doing it now. They are paying for drivers to go to the seniors, and the director will elaborate more. I think she stated in the committee that 3,500 seniors that's now in-house, right? Most towns, this is what senior services do. I know that we provided funds for nonprofits that our seniors had to go to these sites to pick it up. This is what we're starting to do. The 3,500 seniors are seniors across the board in buildings. Could be a senior citizen that lives in a residential household that calls up for a service, which personally I think is something that we should expand upon, and something that this should be not just during the pandemic, that we should be taking care of our seniors within our own. But I'll allow our director to elaborate more on what initiatives and programs that the Health and Human Services, and that's what they're called, Human Services, right? I would actually want to see more for our seniors, and not just seniors in our buildings. You know, I know many of my council colleagues, there's many seniors that are bound to their home. They live in a one-family home, and they don't have nothing else. They get their Meals on Wheels and nothing from the city of Paterson. So I saw that there's a large allocation for that, but that is for them to expand senior services throughout the entire city. And I'll let the director elaborate why that allocation is as high as it is now.
Absolutely, thank you, Councilman. So first, some of the agencies, and I wanted to have this conversation as well, it's not that Health and Human Services just decided not to fund agencies. We actually had a large number of agencies that did not apply this year. We actually do we have the messaging and everything that goes out. It goes out on the newspaper, the city channel, as well as North Jersey. So it's the same process that goes on every year. So that's why at least 2 agencies or 3 agencies did not get funded. 2 agencies are actually very honest with us, which we greatly appreciate. One of them last year applied for a summer camp. Obviously, they did not have a summer camp this year, so it's why they didn't apply to those funding. We have another agency that funds an after-school program. They went virtual, and we usually help with salaries, so they asked for a less amount. We had conversations after the pandemic in May, June, July. So what we arrange is help them with some of their virtual needs for their students, so that's why the amount is less. And there's another agency, because our program is reimbursable. So it's not a program that we put out money for you to have your program. It's money that we have certain guidelines for you to get some reimbursement on. Another agency was very clear and very honest with us and said, hey, we just won't have the kids in-house this year to expend that amount. So kind of that collective that we use of agencies that didn't apply, agencies that were very honest with us and said, we just won't spend that. And we were able to find additional dollars to kind of put that together for the senior services program. We had a senior services and nutrition program held by the county at Riverside Vets. At that point, it fed or provided nutritional meals from 80 to about 100 seniors that came in Monday through Friday. Times varied. There were some days there was 100, there was days there were 50, so it varied on the weather mostly. When COVID hit, we wanted to do something for our seniors since COVID was really hitting our seniors. We didn't want them to go out to the supermarket. At first, we had a special time for seniors at 7 a.m. We partnered with supermarkets. Then we realized that might be too risky in itself. So we partnered with the World Food Bank and our Senior Services Director, and we decided to have boxes of meals. So we started off with non-perishable meals to seniors. That then expanded. Now we're doing vegetables, eggs, rice, beans, pasta, eggs, cream cheese, vegetables, chicken, protein. So that's expanded. If there's one senior in the house, you get a box. There's about 2 deliveries a week. One senior gets 2 boxes. If they're a couple, they get 1 each. So it'll be 4 boxes for them. So our paratransit drivers actually deliver those boxes to the buildings. We're providing meals for about 3,500 seniors currently, and thank goodness that program has been expanded, and we're looking to expand that opportunity to additional seniors. This is seniors in the private buildings, as well as seniors in home. We're working with the Housing Authority, who's also providing the same meals to all seniors in the housing buildings.
So thank you, Director. So we're gonna leave, can we put all of them on consent?
Okay, I got it.
Well, hold on. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so I have to get directly corrected.
Councilwoman, mute yourself. Councilwoman Cotton. I know you see.
No, put it on consent. Put it on.
We're gonna leave
We're gonna put 30 on regular because everything that she said was not entirely true. So we'll put it on regular.
Well, 30 goes on regular, the rest goes on consent. Councilman Kalik. Sorry, can you unmute yourself, sorry.
And we have to correct the date on this resolution as well.
Director, is there any number for the seniors to call to get enrolled in this program?
Yeah, so they can call our senior services number, my office number, so it's the 973-321-1242. And then we'll include them with our division director, Hilda Diaz, and we can include them in the rotation as well.
So Hilda Diaz is in charge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Get ready, Councilman Clee from Second Ward is gonna have another 1,200 addresses to expand this, Director.
That's good. We're looking to expand now that we just got recontracted with the food bank, so we're trying to get to as many seniors as possible, especially now.
That's why it's good to expand this, and I said the allocation of City of Paterson serving all the senior citizens throughout the city is a program that should be grown.
We have to serve everybody in City of Paterson.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Why am I blocked? I'm just trying to understand. I've been kind of.
I cannot pick and choose, I gotta do everyone.
I know I've been silent, but I hear other people jumping in and out. I'm trying to understand why.
I clicked for them to,
So I just have a request, because I know Councilwoman Cotton requested that item number 30 be on regular. So Director, for the entities that you stated that have said they didn't apply and all that stuff, can you just provide that listing of all those entities to the entire council, so that if there are any discrepancies or anything, that when we discuss it next week before vote, we can definitely address those items. I'm sure whoever those entities are, maybe they want to call in, or maybe, have dialogue between now and then. So if you could provide that data to the council for those entities that were outlined on tonight.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you.
all right. So Madam Clerk, 28 through 34, except number 30 goes on regular.
Yes, I have that. I have those, sir. I do.
So now, let's go back to
Okay, go back to
number 15.
number 15. Hold on. That's a constable for Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah.
Is that regular?
Yes.
Appointment.
Regular, yes, regular.
Okay, so regular for 15. And then we're moving on to
The finance item.
your finance matters now. They're 16 through 27. And there's some more in the back. Okay.
So number 16 is a grant.
Anyone is speaking on that?
No, number 17.
When you can pull it over.
Councilman Velez.
17 has to do with.
Council President, I know that you have a lengthy agenda, but I have to step out, and I know that the item for DPW is only 49, and and some of the first reading on it if you need my assistant, if you don't need my assistant, I have to step out of this meeting. For DPW?
No, that's fine. You're good.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the first reading.
I'm sure the director's around.
First reading on the 50 or 51, I'll marry on it, so I'll just let you know that I have to recuse myself at this meeting now.
All right, that's fine. We have the director here.
Okay, have a good night, Paterson. Good night.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
Yeah, let's continue.
So number 16, Mr. President, you're saying is that going on?
Yeah, that could go on consent. That's a grant.
The other one I think is for Garrett Heights condominium.
That's to purge tax.
Purge tax, yes.
That could go on consent.
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. President.
17 on consent. I don't know what's wrong with my microphone today.
Okay, so 17 on consent.
Council President,
Yes. Is that Mike?
can we get an overview on the Garrett Heights item?
So you want it from the director, but this is what it is we do this several times a year because the situation. When they had the abatement, they basically have to purge X amount the end, and then the rest is on the improvement. But because we're under like 20 plus year already, the value of the assessment, the taxes, they're limited. Some of them only pay, let's say, $897. The taxes on the land alone might be 800 something, and it might go over. That's why we purged it. Is that correct, March?
That's correct.
All right. So yeah, the abatement that we have, they're not paying more than a certain amount of quarter or a year. We divide it into 4 quarters, but a year. And the assessment on the land that is so high now, you apply the tax rate, you would actually put them over the top. It would put them over the amount that we agree, over the amount that we
So understanding that, and they don't have an abatement, they have a pilot.
So they have an abatement. Garrett Heights had a 25 year tax tax break. The tax break,
It's a 20, they're on the pilot list.
no.
Yeah, they're the same, it's this one, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Morris.
Okay, it's one and the same. Garrett Heights was established as an abated property or payment in lieu of taxes. And these several properties are the last ones remaining with their CO that expires within a few years.
So Councilman Jackson's correct. It is a tax break. It's a pilot. The only difference is this property is not taxed like the other pilots. The other pilots are based on net rental income because they're rental properties. These are owned by those condo owners. So
Now I understand. I'm trying to get to a question,
sure.
but so a few years back, I think Marge, you may have cleared it up. A few years back, there were several of those residents who came forward because their pilot was coming to an end. So, what is the status of those pilots? They have not been renewed, correct?
No, they had a 25-year life from the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. And these are the last ones.
Okay, so these are the last ones. Now, in lieu of their pilot coming to an end, have things been restructured relative to garbage collection and the various services that they were not being provided, and now are the ones who have expired, are they now paying full taxation? What's the status of the entire facility?
Those that are expired have they pay full taxation, and whatever other charges are assessed to the unit owners by the condominium association is not within our purview.
Are we collecting their garbage and snow?
We reimburse.
And, various services?
We reimburse.
We're reimbursing them?
Yes.
So why we can't collect the garbage? Because not all of them are off?
They have their own collection, so we, but they're city roads, right? So they have their own collection system, and then we reimburse based on a formula, percentage.
So we're reimbursing, I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson, I'm sorry to interject. So we're reimbursing because we haven't, not all of them are off. Some of them still have abatements, that's why we're reimbursing them right now. When they all come off from reimbursement, we're not no longer gonna reimburse them, is that correct?
I'm not sure, the agreement is very old. So we may need to take a look at that.
Okay.
To see what year.
Councilman Jackson, you continue, I'm sorry.
I'm done, Council President, thank you.
So that was 17.
Yeah. Is that consent?
Yes. Number 18 is resolution addressing renewal of parking lot licenses for the following.
Regular, please, Council President.
Number 17, regular?
Please.
So number 17, regular.
17 for regular?
This, number 18, regular also.
17. Okay. Then 19. That's renewal of flower license. 19 is a renewal of florist license.
Let's put that on consent.
Okay. The other one is 20. This is in the fourth ward. This is motor vehicle junkyard.
Yeah.
Lastly.
If there's no concerns pertaining, you can, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims.
You know what, I need Corporation Counsel to help me with this one. Corporation Counsel, I got a call today. Are you there? You can unmute me, okay. Counsel, this junkyard, was foreclosed on. Now, if he doesn't get a junkyard license, it's Corporation Counsel, if he doesn't get a junkyard license now, with the new regulations that we have in place in the city, he can't take this license and go anywhere because we have different regulation than what I mean, we don't put laws in place that stop people from doing all kind of things. Now, this property's been foreclosed on, but he applied for a junkyard license. Can we still issue him a junkyard license?
So my understanding, Councilwoman Cotton, my staff researched this for me today. The property was indeed foreclosed on recently via tax foreclosure. However, the junkyard tenant, the person who's applying for the license, is still there. There has been no eviction or ejectment action. Obviously, that's not gonna happen at this moment because of COVID and the moratorium on those types of things. So at this point, the council can issue the license normally. The only issue is that if the license is issued and the person is at some juncture evicted or ejected, then that person would have a pocket license.
Oh, he would just have a license, but then he would just have a hard time putting it somewhere or replacing it.
Right, it would be a pocket license, then you have to come back for council to put, there would be some issues.
Okay, so, and see, that's the thing is that they have not, told him to move yet, or they haven't, I just know it was foreclosed on, but they haven't.
So I don't know whether or not, and because I don't know the full process as to where they are, it may require an ejectment. If it requires an ejectment, it's gotta go before a judge to do that.
Alright, so we can issue the license for him until they come. So that'll be okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So let's put that on consent.
Okay.
Is that 20 or 21?
That's 20.
That's 20.
20 is consent, okay.
Are you ready for 21?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Cotton.
It's me again. I had gotten several. As you can see, two of the callers in today was a recorded call, but this Pipe Motors is giving that neighborhood really a hard time. And I was wondering, I didn't want to bring him in next week when we have our public meeting. I just wanted to ask Corporation Council, can we request him to come to a meeting next month, and then can we do that? Remember how we
We'll move it off the agenda, Council.
Let's remove the agenda, please.
Okay, we can remove it, and then we can request that Madam Clerk send him a letter that we want him to come to the next workshop, which will be in January.
Correct.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
So we remove this one.
22 consent.
Okay.
22 consent.
I got two council presidents now.
You can make a suggestion that.
I was reading to myself, Councilwoman.
So 22.
Consent.
Okay.
So number 23, 24.
Yes, sir.
25, 26.
Yes.
And 27.
27 removed.
No, that's not the same company, Councilman Abdulaziz.
What is that?
That should be regular.
So let's do 27 regular.
Okay.
Let's do 23, 20. Let's do the rest consent.
Rest are consent, okay.
We gotta pay them, that's what it is?
No, this is not that company. This is
Hold
March. You explain, March. This is not the company. We already have questions about this.
This resolution is to ratify for payments to ASI for, defending our appeals at the state tax court.
So this is a different idea. This is not the same program.
No, it's not the reassessment. It's to follow up with from the revaluation. These were carryover in the state tax court, so appeals that had to be heard. So by the time we got to court with these matters, their extra contract had already expired, had already been used up.
Thank you.
Council President, you said the rest.
Then Councilman Davis.
You said everything else on consent after.
Yeah, all those are grants. Council
The rest of
not the rest of the entire agenda.
No, not the rest of finance.
23, 24, 25, 26, and we stopped at 27. That's what I got.
Oh, okay. I got other items.
That's all of them in finance, actually.
Say that again?
That's the one that we had left in finance.
No, you have 58, 59.
Yeah.
In this list, in this range. So we're doing 23 to 26 consent.
27 is regular?
Yeah, 27.
Okay, 27, okay.
Well, President.
Are we moving on?
Actually, Councilman, Mendez,
Mark, the question that I have for, Resolution 27, the amount of this bill is $64,450, but it doesn't have any specification on details, of how many cases they defend on, on tax, how many taxes they defend.
Sure, the invoices can be attached.
Please, thank you. It's on record, right?
Okay,
Yes.
you got invoices for number 27, right?
Yes.
Okay, invoice. Just need number 27.
So let's do 35, Madam Clerk.
1 second, Mr. President. Invoice. I was making a note. Okay, so what did you say, Mr. President? 35, okay. 35 is for legal. This is purging of taxes for Market Street, known as I think you said 21 Market Street.
So what is this?
It's coming from legal.
Yep, it's from my department. So as the resolution reads, with this property, Building Hope 21, which is how it's known, the top two floors were initially tax exempt. There was something supposed to go on the first and second floor, which kind of fell through. So in January of 2019, they put in an initial application to have a charter school in the location. The charter school revised the floor plan of the floors, demolishing the apartments and constructed classrooms. And then they submitted an additional, the final application was on October 19, 2019. Because they are a charter school, they should not be paying taxes. They are tax exempt. And that is why we are asking for the taxes to be purged for 2020. And then we would only do 2021 as well.
So let me ask you a question. Do they own the building, the charter school?
As I understand it, Building Hope 21 Market Street does own the building.
So it doesn't apply that the charter school is a not-for-profit. It doesn't apply. It's like the school district, right? 90 Delaware?
Mm-hmm.
We should not be reducing taxes because a non-profit is taking the space. They don't own it.
Right.
They don't own it. So if they owned it, it's a whole different story.
What's the address on this property, Council President?
Hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson. Now, duly noted though. Councilman Jackson wants the address, so you looked that up.
Market Street. What I would suggest is this
21 Market Street.
This resolution was actually done by my staff, and so what I'm suggesting we do is pull it, let me do some more research, and come back before council so I can answer the proper questions.
So let me just make a statement. Then you will, Councilman Paterson. I know you've been asking for the floor. Councilman Jackson asked for the floor also. The issue that I have, Farrah, one of your staff members, one time in finance, and Mark was present, and I don't recall who else was present. We asked a question: why is it that a resolution was being presented to us to give somebody a break? And we were told, and I was disturbed, and I repeated this before. We were told we were not given a good reason why. Like the good reason in this situation would be that a charter school owns the building, right? That's the good reason. Now, what I was told before is that the council could do so. It is up to the purview of the council. I think Marge was there. And I flipped out. I said, this is not our money for us to decide arbitrarily to give people breaks on taxes. You have to give me a reason. Your department has to give us a good reason why we're given a break. Now, in this situation here, again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but if it's not owned by the charter school, I just don't see the rationale to give them a break. Councilman Paterson.
Thank you, Council President. So, Corporation Council, if you're going to ask your staff members, is Building Hope, the owner, Building Hope 21 Market Street, is that a registered nonprofit? I don't know if you know that or you don't know that.
This resolution I actually have just seen for the first time this evening. I'm not even the person who signed it, so I don't have much information about it other than what the council has. There's a memorandum attached to the resolution that kind of explains the situation, but what I would suggest is that we pull it, let me get the proper information so I can explain it to council.
Okay, so thank you, Corporation Counsel. I do agree. Let's pull it, and I just want to let everyone know this is the avenues that charter schools are starting to take. I see it in my ward with the industrial building that went to litigation, if I'm not mistaken, where the charter schools now are the regular private owners are creating nonprofits. Nonprofits that now their budget is 90% of the rent that's coming in from the charter school, so they don't have to pay the taxes. They're figuring out ways. These are the avenues that are taking it. I don't know who the owner is, but that's what's happening now. So they establish these nonprofits, and it's a big deal because we have many charter schools that are occupying private, they pay rent, and those landlords pay taxes to us. Right now, little by little, I think if you go to the charter school on Gould Avenue that paid taxes, I don't think it no longer pays taxes, and I think Corporation Council, we need to stand firm on what's really being a nonprofit or being masked as a different entity for that they're using it for different purposes.
Thank you for that info, Councilman. The same way that we were in settlement court with the hospital, we have to identify which of these buildings, even if they're owned by nonprofit, which are revenue generating properties, to see if they're going to be tax exempt or not. So if that's the case, they're not using it for themselves. So if they're renting it out, right? If the charter school is not owned by the nonprofit, then they should pay taxes. That's just my opinion. But the last thing I was going to say, and I took the time, this should have gone through finance. Marge, did this go through finance?
No,
Okay.
I don't have the resolution in my packet either.
Like this, just so you know, although it went through the legal department, the legal committee,
Council President, this didn't even go through legal. This is not a resolution I've even seen until.
So how did it get on this agenda? That's my question.
Council President, this item was on finance tonight. It was one of the items that was discussed tonight, earlier today.
Okay, but this is probably one of the items that was just, to move quickly because
Yeah.
we had, how many items we had on the agenda today in finance?
Yeah, we had
35.
That's more than I've seen in the 2.5 years that I've been here.
Yeah, 37 plus.
Usually you have 10. I know a lot of more grants. We had 35.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Council President, I just believe it's prudent for us to pull the item. I'll bring it before legal, then bring it back to finance, and then we'll be able to have a fuller discussion. I don't think it's right for us to have a discussion this evening.
The owners out of Washington.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
So, with all due respect, when I understand the willingness for Corporation Council to pull this, but the mere fact that it made it to the agenda, I mean, you and I had a conversation earlier about me stressing over the past 8 months I've been trying to get an item on the agenda, and for this item to make it to the agenda without any following protocols is very alarming. One. More importantly, it's misleading because if I'm not mistaken, this is the building that's owned that has the same owner from the Argus Mills building. And just last night on the First Ward Community meeting, we've had at least close to a dozen or so residents who have been extremely vocal and having engaging in dialogue with Corporation Council about the many violations that this owner, or let me say just derelict neglect that this owner has been applying to the residents here. So for this application to even be before us is a grave concern of mine, but more importantly, the disrespect of this administration to push this thing through and try to shuffle this thing through and shove it down the council's throats when, without proper vetting, while for a derelict property owner who just went and changed their name is that's a huge concern, and I'm not sure how the rest of the council feels, but I mean I would like to get detailed information on the property, the name of the charter school that they're claiming is in occupancy, and an explanation of why it feels that this facility should be tax exempt. Are they giving the charter school some type of reduced rent? And these charter schools, some of these charter schools are hustling the system. They're not paying reduced rent. They're paying full rental value, full mortgage, where the mortgage is being leveraged based on the money that's deriving from Paterson Public Schools, and it's only a measure for them to just pocket more money. This cannot continue to happen.
So to that point, that be it. So sometimes I try to work with the administration to get things done before year end, right? So we have, like I said before, we never have so many items before, and we put a lot of items on the agenda to try to get them done because the CFO asked me to put a lot of the items on before year end because we needed to do so. Why is it that this item in particular, what's the urgency for this item to be on this agenda is my question to you. What's the urgency?
Council President, I don't have any urgency. I know nothing about this item in particular. It came from the CFO's office. So just like the Corporation Council said, we can pull it off. I have no, we have no particular connection to it. So we can move on. Yeah.
And Council President, I will completely own it getting on the agenda. I've been, some of you know, I've been on quarantine for the past however many days it is. My actually first day back is tomorrow. So it may have just slipped through the cracks in my office. One of my assistants signed it and pushed it to the VA's office. So I will take ownership of it being incorrect. It is my office, it is my responsibility. I will correct it and move it forward.
So that's what I look for. Thank you very much for the honesty. And that's what we need sometimes. Just be honest, and that's it. That's what we ask for from the administration. So right now, this is going to be pulled, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I do have that, sir. And I have, okay, we have consent for 36. I'll take it off. We're moving on to 37?
Yes, let's do 37.
37 and 38, those are for public works. The director is there.
Do we have any questions on those two, any council members? Oh, I don't see any council members.
Number 42, please.
So let's put those on consent.
Right. 37.
42.
37. I'm sorry, 37 and 38 is consent.
Yes, 29 is.
39.
39, 40.
40. 41.
And 41. We put those on the consent.
Okay. Now 42, an explanation, please.
So can we get an explanation of 42?
Yes, our engineer's on, Fred.
Good evening, council members. I don't know if all of you remember, but we had been issued a consent order by US EPA a number of years ago. That consent order identified just over a dozen projects that needed to be completed by the city. Actually, these two, both 39 and 42, are the last two of those projects from that consent order that need to be completed. And this is to have the design and construction administration done for those, and permitting done for those two projects.
So this is the sewer.
It's a sewer separation project, actually.
So you're all West Railway Ave from Gould to Crooks?
Yes, sir.
So that road was repaved. That was one of the worst roads. I could go back to when Councilwoman Ames used to talk about that road. Once you guys do it, this project, are you guys going to resurface it to what it is?
Yes, sir. We resurfaced curb to curb.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Let me just ask some.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, when you said, because we had repaid Railroad Avenue, what, about 2 years ago, Fred?
No, it was much further than that. It's probably closer to 5 at this point.
Yeah, it's probably 2016.
Let me ask you then, if it's closer to 5, how you gonna get them to do curb to curb?
It's our project, Councilwoman, so we'll just include that as part of the scope of work.
Oh,
They'll be digging up the street.
huh?
They'll be digging up the street, so they have to go curb to curb.
No, so who's paying for it? We are, right?
Yes, that's correct, we are. But we have to dig up almost the entire street to do the project, so it needs to be done pretty much anyway.
In the 6th Ward, Councilwoman, we make sure everything is curb to curb.
No, I'm thinking that, Councilman Al, I'm thinking that the company that was gonna do the road gonna curb, pay to pay. I didn't know the city gonna pay for curb to curb. Well, I don't know why we.
Part of the project.
I understand that, but since it's our project, then we gotta pay for curb to curb. Now you see what I'm saying?
All right.
Is that constrained?
Council, no.
For the 6th Ward.
Councilman Lee.
When was those 5 projects ordered to be done by the state?
The most recent update on the consent order was in 2019, I believe it was. The original order was issued by US EPA in 2013.
It was ordered in 2013 and it was on the list. Why did we pay it on 2016 and we are doing it again now?
Because that was the decision of the administration at that time. They wanted it paid.
That's wasting money.
That's not a question I can answer for you.
Fred, when is this gonna be taking place and what is the plan? Does this close the road down for how long? That's a pretty busy, one industrial, we have all Gata, that's where the trucks go through nonstop, all the trucks. And then the Board of Ed building is over there. If schools are up and running, what's the plan?
We actually haven't, this is for the design work and the planning to be done. So we haven't even gotten to that point yet, but when construction starts, we will have to coordinate that with, both with Gata and with the school, to try to minimize the impact, but it's a significant project and it's one that we're being mandated to do.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's continue, Madam Clerk. That was number
42. What was the pledge of the council? It's 42?
2000.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, so 2 questions. Mr. Marlboro, you said that, we're being mandated to do this?
That's correct, sir.
By whom, and is that mandate, has it been provided to the council in writing?
It's being mandated by US EPA, and yes, it was presented to council. Council actually authorized the administration to sign off on the consent order.
It was provided to us in writing from the EPA?
Yes.
Can you resend me, send me a copy of that notice, please?
Certainly, sir.
Very quickly, Fred. On a number of these items, for example, the other day, and I know it's although it's non-related, it's much so related. The companies that are being contracted to do these jobs, when they're not compliant, and specifically putting the soil back in the trenches, why aren't we doing some type of inspections and or requiring them or making them be? I know a few times they were required to dig the road back up, but it's becoming a habit where they're just disregarding not just the city laws and policies, but this is a state mandate, as I'm sure you can acknowledge. But if they're required not to be able to put this to cause the erosion or the settlement that's going to happen take place on our roads, what are we doing to make sure that these companies are doing the job that they're supposed to be doing?
Quite honestly, Councilman, the biggest problem that we've had is we have not had the resources. We haven't had an inspector in the engineering office for going on 2 years at this point. We're in the process, fortunately, of staffing up. Director Rodriguez mentioned that before, and this is one of the issues that we're looking to address. But honest truth is we just haven't had people to send out to monitor the work.
Well, and lastly, Council President, it's disappointing because not only are the contractors disregarding the early morning road closures, but now they're also doing shoddy work that they would not do in any other municipality. I mean, we need, we talked about this before with building in consequences contractually where they would have to pay fines and or be cited. So, if you can provide a report to the council or to myself of what exactly, especially with the new role that you've taken on, which is obviously the existing role, but more so just what provisions are being put in place so we don't continue to be taken advantage of by these contractors who we're paying a very good price to.
Yeah, certainly, sir, I can do that.
Council President.
Thank you.
Councilman Mendes.
Thank you, Fred. And I'm very pleased to hear that you're part of the staff in Paterson. You working directly with the municipality. But just to top it, add to Councilman Jackson's comments, and I remember when I was back at the council as Councilman at large, we worked really hard on a resolution to make sure to force those utility companies to fix the road that with the quality of material that they're supposed to fix it. They're not supposed to put the dirt back into. They're supposed to put a special material. So we're not supervising that. And it's definitely that's been a problem for years now. Having you now as part of the city staff, what is that you need in terms of personnel, in terms of staff, in order for you to be able to monitor along with the director the people that are coming here, especially PSCNG, and I'm gonna say this, they go to some area, they just open the road, when they close, in order to close it, they put the dirt back, they just patch it a little bit. Here in the third ward, they break in the sidewalk and they don't even fix it. So it just, PSCNG is out of control. And director, I don't know, I'm not part of the DPW committee now, I'm expecting to be part of that committee because that's a big problem that we have in the city of Paterson. They have no respect whatsoever. And the problem is that we don't have the staff to follow up on that. I know, like, if I'm gonna build, if I'm purchasing a property here, and I go to the building department, and I pull the permit before, when I complete the job, I'm gonna have an inspector coming into the city to do the inspection. So that's not happening with our utility company. How can we make that happen?
You want me to address that, director, or you want?
I'll address it. What we're doing now, Councilman Mendez, is we're in the process of hiring and fulfilling a full engineering department staff for Fed Margon to lead. We're in the process of interviewing all candidates that submitted their resumes already. The closing date already stopped. And we are going to be aggressive on these utility companies. We hear the public loud and clear on their concerns, the council on their concerns, and I stated to the engineer on his first day on the job that this is a big concern of the city of Paterson. We need to get these utility companies on board and doing things right. Last week, I believe it was last week or the week before, when Councilman Jackson called me, we stopped PSCNG in the middle of the day of doing the job. And we worked through the night with getting them on board and having their public relation liaison to the city of Paterson, Mr. Drake, promise us that he will make sure that his crews compact the what they're supposed to be doing per job, and they've been doing it ever since. I go up on a job and I'll see, I'm on the road every day. I see them, I stop, I talk to the people, and I see what they're doing. They have been doing the right thing as of this weekend after me and Mr. Councilman Jackson talked.
Thank you.
So thank you. Let's proceed. Let's put that on regular.
42, regular.
Yeah.
What about 39, Council President?
We did those.
We did all of those already. Those are
Consent, the third, all right.
39 through 41 was consent, and 42 regular. Okay, we're moving on to 43, administration.
So this is let's put that one on consent. This is an amendment to a grant, and it's increasing the original award by $75,000, from my understanding.
Yes.
Now, Councilwoman Mims had a lot of questions on this, so it was clarified to us.
That's 43?
Yes. Now, yes. Now, number 44, I need an explanation on number 44 because we're being asked to approve an agreement, and he's requiring a match. So, Madam DA, what type of match?
Sure. So this is the grant agreement. It's part of the Cities for Financial Empowerment, their model for establishing financial empowerment centers around the country. There are about 30 of these that are up and running. And how they do it is that they provide us an incentive over the course of 2 years. The first year, they provide us with $150,000, and we have to raise private dollars to match that. And then or outside both a combination of government and private dollars. And then on the second year, they provide us with $100,000, and we provide the $200,000 match.
Which entity we're gonna use to raise this private dollars?
So we have already, the council has approved setting up a fund at the Community Foundation of New Jersey, and that's where our banking partners who are participating in this program have already started contributing money.
Hold on, you said establish a fund?
Yes, so the Community Foundation of New Jersey works with, kind of private entities, but it also works with municipalities. There are some cities that have funds set up there for recreation programs or for parks. So we set up a financial empowerment center fund there because a lot of the banks, for example, won't give money to the city directly, but they will give it to the Community Foundation of New Jersey, who then would allocate it for this project.
Okay, so this fund is part of our city's books?
No, this is a separate entity.
So you create a non-for-profit?
No, it's a fund at a foundation. So the foundation already exists. So the foundation then disperses. The foundation then disperses when we create the fund agreement, and the council has already approved this last summer.
Approve what?
The fund agreement, the creation of a fund at the Community Foundation.
Hold on a minute, March. I want to hear from the CFO because I just don't understand how we could create something that's not part of our finances. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
March.
Well, and if I can explain, as you see from the agreement or the way that this agreement is going to happen is that we allocate the money we have. So, for example, this grant agreement between the Cities for Financial Empowerment and the city CFE fund is giving us $150,000, and that's so then that is part of what. So we have to raise funds to that matches that, correct? But that
business. Hear me out for a minute, please.
Mm-hmm.
We're not in the business of raising funds. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Two, this has to have a certification of funds attached to it, right?
So the only thing we are dispersing in our contract is what we can certify. The certification of funds is for the funding that we're getting from the CFE fund.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
I understand how you put this together, but we also have legalities to deal with, right? In municipal government, right? This is not a not-for-profit. I know we have to think outside the box, but that's why I need to speak with the CFO and ask those questions to her, right? She runs the finances of the city. Marge, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So what fund are we talking about here? And where is it in the books?
So I don't have the agreement that was adopted last summer. If we're creating an appropriation, Kathleen, or?
So our appropriation is just coming from this one grant, the $150,000, and from part of the social service money. So those two items are what we are appropriating as part of our grant agreement. In the contract with United Way, it also details that the Community Foundation of New Jersey is funding a certain portion of the money directly to the nonprofit, who is the partner doing the hiring and actually hiring the counselors for this, for the FEC. So it's like a three-party agreement.
When does this start, Kathleen?
It starts in January.
Okay, so it starts for the 15 months, so that extends into 2022. And then subsequent to that, in the second whereas, it looks like in year 2, which starts in 2022, we then have to provide a 1 to 2 match.
Correct.
So in the 2022 budget, we would have to raise those monies.
Or, correct, we would provide, no, the city for financial empowerment would give the city $100,000, and if we were able to collect to do the $200,000 through a combination of outside effort, as well as, I mean, one of the great things about this idea is that we also know that there's legislation going through the state legislature to fund financial empowerment centers. That might be a way that we get additional funding for this.
MBA, so check.
Yes.
So let me ask Mark, let me continue asking Mark questions. You might not have to answer much, but then we'll go back to the BA. So Mark, if we set up this grant with a cash match, it is clear that it's not an in-kind, it's a cash match, right? The original grant, the first grant is for $150,000. That means that we will have to set up this grant for $300,000 because he has a match of $150,000, right? That's the amount that we're able to spend. My question to you is, I know Kathleen's telling us where the match is coming out, but by law, you're supposed to certify the CFO that the matching funds are available. How can you certify that the funds are available when this agreement clearly states that the funds are going to be raised? And now my next question is, if for whatever reason we fail to raise the matching funds, is the city liable? Because we're signing an agreement.
I'd like to add.
I think my answer is going to include a question as well. So what it's saying in the second whereas is we are agreeing to receive from the CFE of $150,000 beginning in January, which will extend for 15 months. In the second year, the city may be eligible for the second year grant. That's when the match comes into play. First year does not.
No, actually, so let me clarify. We had to prove that we had the match in hand when we submitted the implementation plan a few months ago. So the $150,000 is already raised. It is already committed. We have either letters of commitment or actual funds. Excuse me?
Can we get that money into the city?
No, because most of those institutions will not contribute to cities. They will contribute to a foundation that then disperses the money on behalf of the city to a specific project. Because then they can get the tax deduction when they give it to the foundation.
So So Marge, I worked with grants for many years, and you know this, because I used to work with you. I've never seen such arrangement, and I know this is a new thing, but as a CFO, how could you handle this situation is my question.
Well, it's convoluted, but it has to be broken down. I think maybe we should, Kathleen, do we need to pull this?
We need to pull this.
Well,
can we put it on the year-end meeting if need be, to get it in place before January?
Yes.
Just to set up the accounting transactions, because the written, it's not clear.
Okay, we can talk about that further. Because I know this is unique in that the city has never done it before, but other cities have. Like example I used was Newark. The example that Essex County I think uses it for a parks fund. The Community Foundation of New Jersey does this quite often with municipalities because private entities do not want to give money to cities, but this doesn't mean that you're skirting anything, or the city is not committing to pay anything more than the money that we're accepting from the grant.
That's the question, Marge and Kathleen.
Yeah.
We also get a commitment, and you know how we get an award letter for this 150? Says the match is coming from another entity. Can we get another award, right? From the other entity, from the foundation.
I have the award letters or the commitments from all the banks for the $150,000.
For the match?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. You gotta
yes.
That's why you need to work with your CFO, because We know what is required by law to set up these grants in the books, right? When you don't include your CFO in that, that's what happens.
No, but we're not awarding that. I think that's where the understanding is different. We had to submit for the implementation plan, proof that we had it, but we're never getting the money doesn't have to come to us. We're never providing proof of the grant on our books, the $150,000 on our books.
You see you said a match. So this 150 had to be shown in our book, and it requires a match.
Just the 150 has to be shown on our books, not.
So you have to sit down with March because this doesn't tell a story. Just so you know, we need clarification.
Okay.
We can fix this,
Okay.
very quickly.
Council President,
Council President,
This one's pulled. So
are you pulling it off?
yes.
Okay, Mr. President, I'm sorry, we're taking off 44, correct? Okay, we're taking off.
And we put it on the 29th, so it's
Yeah.
We have to have a discussion. We cannot put it on the 29th. It needs a discussion. And right now, we don't have information to have a discussion.
But Council President, I would really just ask, this whole project is on a timeline that requires training for counselors. If we might be able to clarify some of these items to get it passed, or else it's gonna be 2 months. It's gonna be 2 months before we can start the Financial Empowerment Center, when I think this is just a technical issue that we can clarify.
I understand, but this is lack of planning again, right?
Council President, I would disagree on this because we have everything you're concerned about. We have the commitments of $150,000 from outside. All we're doing as a city is making it.
why is this our first time hearing about it, Council President?
All right. So Councilman Jackson.
Council President, first, I'm sorry, Madam Long, you made a reference that portion of the disbursement, you mentioned social services. Where exactly is that commitment coming from?
The banks.
We have, that is one of, Council President, Councilor Jackson, that is one of the items that's listed in the social services budget item.
Social services, what, are you talking about from CDBG?
No, I'm talking about health and human services.
So March, now the story. Sorry, Councilman Jackson, continue.
So to that point, Council President, so now we're absorbing money that could be utilized locally for something else for a relationship that has to do with an entity that's non-city related.
No.
We can't allow, I'm sorry, Madam Long, we can't allow for city business to be intermingled with political obstruction. Like this is not, and then for us to hear about this without the CFO, who by the way has 30 plus years of experience, and her opinion is not even being consulted with until workshop. This is another blatant opportunity or objective to be deceitful. Maybe they might catch it, maybe it'll go overlooked. Why would something like this not be vetted out more clearly and given to the council with enough time? This is another example of we don't have any time, we gotta approve this thing. Now, I commend you, Council President, for being diligent on this. This needs to be vetted properly. It's the first time we've ever done anything like this, and it needs to be completely vetted.
It's full.
Council President, can I just address some of those concerns, and then we can talk further?
If you're going to address the part that Councilman, and I'm not going to limit you to what you want to address, but I want to make sure in your that you specify that assumption that some of the money is coming from human services or social services. Could you explain that and anything else you want to?
Correct. So, Council President, this is a project that we've been working on for over a year, the Financial Empowerment Center. Some of the council members have actually appointed members to sit on the advisory board, and this is being run as a joint project between the Mayor's Office Administration and Health and Human Services. This has been, the Financial Empowerment Center concept is that free one-on-one professional counseling to all residents of Paterson. So at its heart, this is a project that is serving Paterson residents. It's saying that every Paterson resident deserves to have free one-on-one professional counseling. You don't have to be rich enough to afford a financial advisor, that you get this as a city service. The great thing about this program is that we can get this grant funding for these 2 years. We can engage the private sector. It is a program that costs, in essence, about $450,000 to run. That includes both in kind and cash. The city is only contributing, at this point in time, $35,000 from the Health and Human Services Social Services budget. And that's one of the items that Director Castillo listed on her list tonight.
Is that in kind or is that actual?
That is actual funding support.
That's the allocation that.
That's correct. And it says on it Financial Empowerment Center. So the contribution from the city is that $35,000. We are contributing the $150,000 that CFE fund is giving us. We're serving as a pass-through. And then it's other funding from PNC Bank, from Bank of America, from Columbia Bank, from the Tao Foundation. They are all contributing $40,000, $15,000, $20,000 because they believe that this model is important to a city like Paterson. This is up and successful in 30 cities across the country.
Madam DA, we're not questioning. We're questioning the transparency. Like we didn't understand it, right? And it's your job as an administration to make sure that we understand what you're proposing to us. Now, when we ask the administration, when we ask the CFO, and we even ask yourself to clarify certain things, I give you an opportunity to clarify it because some of my questions were not being answered by you. I have to go to the CFO. Well, listen, right now, this is being pulled. We already had a discussion about this. This is going to be pulled, and we're going to continue. Now, on that note, we're working on all these projects, and I just have a question. And you know I'm not used to getting off the agenda, but I have a question to the administration. I'm going to take this opportunity because I see that the administration is always working on these projects, and they want to be innovative, but we have so many problems here that we have to address, and they never get addressed. So I'm going to give you just 2 questions that I always have pending and I forget to ask. Madam Corporation Counsel, where are we with the letter to the former personnel director? We just want to status for the whole council.
Absolutely. As you and I discussed earlier, I have drafted that letter. I'm going through it now just to make sure I'm adding the appropriate legal language. I will be sending you that letter, Council President, just so you can see it before it goes out, in addition to sending it to our BA.
Thank you. So
that letter should be out by Friday.
Thank you. So, Council colleagues, the reason I bring this up is not to target a former employee. I just happen to ask Corporation Counsel, what happens now that the council did not approve a payment that was already released? What's the legality? They send the money back because the council didn't approve it. That's one. Now, Marge, and I want to ask the Madam BA, because although the CFO, we asked you to proceed with this, you also as an administration have to stay on top of everyone else to make sure things get done. Where are we with the foreclosure proceedings that we've been talking about for 2 years? You know the city has a list of city-held liens, which are properties that are out there that we could easily foreclose on them and possibly sell them and put them back in the tax rolls. Where are we with the foreclosure proceedings that we've been talking about for, I would say, over a year or so? Maybe where are we with this?
There's a list that was cultivated from the liens that exist in Edmonds. I think the list ended up, because we sold so many of our liens through an assignment, they're not municipally held liens. So you can only foreclose on municipally held liens. And I believe what was left after we went through and saw that they were assigned is about 15 properties.
So Marge, the conversation we had was that we had a lot of properties that had, city held liens, a lot of them, right? You had an old list that you couldn't get from the old system, and you still had a lot more. It was so many that we couldn't list them, right? That's how many it was. And all of a sudden, we asked, for the city to proceed with the foreclosure proceedings. That way we could take possessions I know it would take maybe 7 or 8 months, but we were supposed to take possessions of a lot of those properties. So you need to tell me that those properties were actually, the lien was actually sold to some, I guess, to private.
You know, in the last, not last year, but the preceding 2 years, there were several assignment sales and many of those liens were assigned.
Let me ask you one more question. There's a property that is always being brought up by Councilman Jackson. And back in the days.
I was just getting ready to ask you, Council President, thank you.
Your opportunity. And I think that Mr. Khalid was here in finance with me at the time. I suggested, and Councilman Jackson was in finance also. I suggested that we foreclose on that property, right? But if we had assignment sales, was this property part of the assignment sale?
It was included, but nobody purchased it. It's still a municipal lien.
Provide the information on the property, and let's ask the CFO, this property was included there. That means that anybody could have purchased those liens and foreclose on the property themselves. So, you know the property, Councilman Jackson?
Council President, man. So, I'm glad you brought this topic up coincidentally because, I've been pressing on this item for the last several years. And, since the administration took over, in fact, during the previous administration, mostly because it's an enormous eyesore within the first ward. Now, I utilize the example that the city had undergone on Madison Avenue with the Leader Die. So Leader Die was a property that the city decided to take over, do a foreclosure process. We went through the EDA, EPA to do a cleanup of a contaminated site, and we ran into some problems there because internally we were not able to lay things out the way they were supposed to be. In fact, it's part of some potential litigation because a member of the staff was asked to sign off on documentation when the work was actually not done. So you have a Leader Die site, which is a very large parcel, which is still not operable, still not collectible, still not able to collect on taxes. And luckily for the neighborhood, is not as big of an eyesore as this other property in the first ward is, but it's still a property that's derelict that cannot be utilized. So some time ago, there was a potential. I don't even know if the individuals or the company still interested, but they were interested on taking the assignment, and much along the lines where it came about is because during the former BA introduced or was requesting for property on North 6th and Temple to be handled the same way. So we did the research, you and I and the members of finance, to find out exactly what are the legal parameters. The legislation was drafted by Ben David, and this council never acted upon it. So I'm asking that we do act upon it because this property not only is it derelict and it will automatically return to the tax rolls, but it will remove an eyesore in the first ward and help me, clean up that corridor.
Councilman, can I provide a solution, if you don't mind?
Please.
Okay, so I asked Marge when we did our assignment sale. The assignment sale, the property was included in 2019. Now, this property have not paid taxes in so long it's not even funny. And we're talking
20
about
years. And the property has been included in the assignment sale for the last 15 years. So no one has tried to buy it.
So this is what I'm asking. Can we do a special assignment sale on that property? Just ask, people want to come in and just buy the liens on it. And then they can foreclose on it. Let's do a special assignment sale. Nobody bid on.
Council President.
Yes.
We have the ability. We already have the agreement drafted. This council has to move on it. If the potential person, it's not a sale of the property. It's basically to sell the assignment of the lien, and they would have to do the due diligence.
Councilman, that's what I'm saying right now. We do it.
But it's not an open process, Council President. It's an agreement.
Process though. Nobody bid last time, Councilman. Hear me out for a minute. Nobody was interested in this property last time. most likely, if we do another assignment sale and we do an emergency, what is it called, March? A
Special assignment.
we do a special assignment sale. How long does it take to do one of those moves?
But Council President.
An assignment sale can be done in, it's a resolution.
So you hear, it's a resolution, Councilman.
We set a date, we have bids.
I don't think other people are interested in that property because it was there in 19. Nobody cared to buy the assignment sale.
Council President, if I may.
Sure.
If you recall the property in question on North 6th and Temple, the BA, there's a formula. It's no need to go to an open bidding process. There's a resolution that's drafted that agrees on, which is completely legal. It is not a closed door, so to speak, sale. What it is an agreement with an arrangement with one specific buyer where they understand, and that way we're able to lay out contractually. If we go out, to an open bidding process, we cannot lay out parameters. If we go into this arrangement, we can lay out, this council can make a decision contractually what exactly is expected. For example, one, the taxes have to stay in compliance or it automatically reverts back. They're given a certain period of time or it automatically reverts back. They must do the abatement and all the required EPA, all of the inspections and everything must be up to par. All of that can be spelled out in the contractual agreement. It is agreement done with one specific person, and we're allowed to do so, which I don't know if you recall. You did the due diligence, yes.
Have the city done this with any other property?
The city, we attempted to do it with the North 6 property, but it failed. It did not get the council's vote because the property arrangements with the potential owner wasn't according to what we thought was feasible.
That was another property?
That property, the city, which the distinct differences are, that property we spent, not only did it have an enormous amount of delinquencies of taxes, but we also spent the money to clean the property, to demolition the property, to bring it to a ground level, and there's no contamination. This property here, we would have to spend millions of dollars to bring it to the equivalency of what that other property was being set up for. In this case, we will mandate that whoever purchases the lien, they will be responsible for doing all of that. It could cost them in excess of $3 million, but they're still responsible. And they don't know, because it's kind of like a blind bid where they don't know how much the mediation is going to cost, or the.
So, Councilman. So
yes.
one, I'm sure you're upset. You have your reasons to be upset. I'm also upset that we're now foreclosing on properties that we have held liens for so long that it's not even funny. That's just one, right?
Well, Council President,
yeah.
Honestly, from my personal opinion, we don't have the bandwidth. The city does not have the bandwidth to, one, begin a foreclosure process and then to.
Councilman, we don't have to clean it up. There's been properties that the city have owned that have worked out a sales arrangement with some other entities for them to do the cleaning and everything else. So just because we foreclose on it doesn't mean that we have to clean it up. So all I'm saying is that the legal way to do it and the proper way to do it is to put it through an open, since this administration failed to entertain a foreclosure proceeding on this property that haven't paid taxes in over 8 years, according to what I heard. The right thing
Council President, this thing has gone through the open process multiple times for the last 15 years. So, we're just delaying it. We're delaying it further for no reason.
Like I said, this wasn't part of the agenda, Councilman. I happen to ask because I notice a lot of things get done here, and we work on all these things because we want to be innovative. But then we have a lot of things that we could work on to improve the situation of our city, and we just push it to the curb, and I don't think that's right. So let's continue with the agenda at this time.
Okay. Council President, very lastly, The administration has done this multiple times. Even tonight is a perfect example. Just shuffle something forward onto the agenda. We have a lengthy discussion. If any council members have any questions and concerns, this has been on our agenda once before in the past. My request and suggestion is that we put it on the next agenda and give the council an opportunity to vote it up or down. They let the ordinance has already been written. It may need to be tweaked because the time that has elapsed, but it's in place. The agenda has been written. I mean, the item has been written, and we should not continue to allow for these items to continue to go derelict, and especially within the first ward. While other wards are getting all this other attention, I'm sitting here listening to other council members talk about all the great things that's going on in their spaces. I've been bringing these items before the council for the last 2.5 years, and I can't seem to get these items passed. And people in my neighborhoods, they deserve a fair and equal amount of attention on issues like this, than anyone else. No other parts of the ward should be more. I mean, of the city should be more entitled than others. My residents they're entitled to the same equal and fair and equal treatment. This item has gone in an open public setting in for multiple auctions on numerous occasions. It's going to cost several $1 million to cure the
All right, so.
the infractions. I'm asking you to put it on the agenda and let the council vote it up or down.
Well, Councilman, this is not part of the agenda. I'm not saying that this is a bad idea or not. But right now, this takes more time to discuss. Councilman Kalik, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I want to go back to number 44, the Financial Empowerment Fund. Have we created that establishment already, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Bowden.
Who's appointing people in that establishment? Council or?
So Council President, we created an advisory board to help the financial empowerment, to help the implementation plan for this grant. And this is now the grant agreement with the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund, who is contributing the $150,000. I believe you might have had somebody who sat on that committee with Director Castillo, and her team was running the advisory board meetings as well as the subcommittees around the implementation plan.
Who's on the board?
There's about 20 community members. I know Council President has Dr. Baralt on it. Councilwoman Mims, who you have a representative, who's yours?
Business owner.
Yep. So it's numerous people from the community who helped us put this application together. I think Amber Hawk might be on it. I'm trying to think of some of the other people that I know offhand.
My question is who appointed those individuals?
Council members did, the mayor did, some nonprofits, we asked some nonprofits in the community to participate.
Established?
We have been running for about a year. We got the planning grant in the early fall of 2019, and we started the program then to plan for the full Financial Empowerment Center. So it's been going for about a year that they've been working on this.
I was a city councilman then.
Mm-hmm.
But
I believe I would have to ask Director Castillo. She would know who all the representatives are who have helped with the planning for this.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilman Mendes.
Just a quick question based on the appointment, because it's important. We need to know.
Councilman Mendes, I called upon Councilwoman Cotton and then yourself. Let her speak.
No problem. I do apologize. I go after you, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you. I just want to speak on, I'm going to talk to Councilman Jackson later to see what exactly he's talking about in that first ward. But I just want to say that on this financial empowerment center that that started, maybe it's been over a year ago. I know, Councilwoman Davila and myself, sat in a meeting with those, they're not nonprofits, with those banks that have, each bank has a division in their, with them, where they wanna donate money for good causes and good things that's gonna happen. Now, to me, I think the financial center was good, and I have my appointment on there. I mean, he had asked me, I mean, they haven't had no meeting, I mean, they're really trying to get it going. But this helps people understand how to get their credit correct, and how to do things, and how to purchase things, and how to pay bills, and how to do what they need to do. So this financial empowerment center that we want to put together is going to help people to get on the right path of creating a good foundation on being able to purchase things, and having understanding the meaning of credit, which we thought, I believe that, and I don't remember if Councilwoman Mans was with us or not, but we were in this room with these ladies that each bank, they do like to donate to good cause. These banks, PNC Bank, Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, they like to donate to good causes, with good things, and they saw that this financial empowerment center, which is good for our city, for our constituents, for our residents, to help them to understand how to get the city back. It has taken a long time, and it really has taken quite some time, but to me, this is really important that we, and I can understand that, banks, and each bank, council colleagues, they have a division in there where they donate money, and they donate it to good causes and good things that they believe in. So, to me, this financial center really will help the resident constituents here in the city of Paterson. And it's been for a while now, we just haven't been able to get it going, so that's my thought on that.
And Council President, if I can address, in your Exhibit D in the resolution package for this, it shows the funders who are, it shows the kind of generic budget for the first year of the FEC, and it shows the commitments at the bottom, to, as this match. So really, when we talked about number 28 on the agenda, and.
Good question. Can I ask a question? We said we were gonna pull this, right? Because the CFO, by law, legally, and Madam CFO, please explain this to me. If it's not an in-kind match, you have to legally certify the matching funds, am I correct?
Yes, a cash match has to be certified.
I'm looking like the bad guy for some people. So right now you have an agreement, there is no certification of funds attached. We don't know how it's gonna work with how it's gonna be set up within our budget. Do you know, Mark, how this is gonna be set up within our budget? Hold on a minute, ma'am. March, do you know how this grant is actually gonna be set up?
At this time tonight, I don't.
So you see the point that I'm trying to make?
But if I can clarify.
Excuse me?
If I can clarify, this grant, the grant agreement in 44 is not a distribution of funds, it's the acceptance of funds. So the grant agreement is saying that we commit to do certain things. Number 28, can you please just let me finish? Number 28 is where we're talking about the distribution of funds, and that's where we have a certification of funds. I know that Director Castillo worked with the finance team, and that's based on the award letter that we received. We're only certifying the funds that we received in. The grant agreement is a larger agreement.
Madam BA, it doesn't work that way, I'm sorry. Madam BA, let me speak to the CFO for a minute, right? She's part of
okay. Seriously, Council President, I think you're missing while you're understanding that there's a portion of the legality has to pertain to the city funds, correct. But the only thing that the CFE funds needed from us was they needed to see, when we submitted the implementation plan, they needed to see that we had set up a fund at the community foundation, and the council already took that action. They needed to see the commitments from the banks. We provided them with that. All of that requirements are already completed.
MBA, I have a question, right? As a council member, as someone that certifies funds all the time for grants, right? I just have a simple question. If you or the CFO could provide that simple answer, we could continue with the discussion. We already tried this maybe 7 to 10 times, and the CFO just stated right now that as of right now, she cannot explain how this is actually going to work. So what is it that you want me to do as council president, as a councilman? I'm trying to explain to you why this cannot move on.
Can we, Council President?
Yes.
Can we provide the Finance Committee with the explanation next Tuesday evening?
Yes.
And reserve the agenda, the year-end agenda to include this resolution as long as we pass?
I would not leave it to include it. And council colleagues, would you think it would be wise to leave this on when we have gotten no, and normally I don't do this, I could make this call because I see the reaction from my colleagues also.
But Council President, the certification of funds, I know you know.
My hand has been up for a long time. I know Madam BA. So I'm just gonna say this, right? This, Council President, what you're doing is you are protecting the city and this administration. And as the Council President, you have already made this decision. We're back, we went through that.
And that's the point that I'm trying to do.
If it's something, Madam BA, I get it. The financial empowerment, yes, is going to help the city. I'm with you all the way. But when you present it to the council, you have to make sure you do your due diligence. This is something I've said before, that you're working with the CFO, you're making sure everything that you need to do when it comes to the execution of what you're providing is in proper order. This is the way we have to make sure. It's something new, we all understand that. But in whatever is happening new, we have to make sure we do our due diligence. As Council President, what he is saying to you, we have to make sure, yes, you may say, this is my mindset. The CFO was saying she doesn't know. And if the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer of the city, who was here before you came on and this administration came on, has no idea, we have to give her time and allow her the opportunity to get the information. So we cannot rush this on. It protects you, it protects the council, or if it goes on, then at that point we have to decide, are we going to support it? Because I'm gonna speak for myself. I don't know if a council person could support an item when the CFO is telling us that these things are needed to ensure that we can move it forward. That's a concern. So, Council President, I don't know why we're continuing.
We already had the discussion on this. The reason we had a question with number 44. We already said we were going to remove it. So let's continue, please. Let's do number
45?
45.
Is that right? That's the one for the second ward, former councilman.
Yes.
So you would say, co-sponsored by the council member.
So, Council President, can I sponsor it with you? I called you, I spoke to you about that.
Opinion, Council President, that's all.
So this is what we're going to do. It's going to be sponsored by myself and Councilwoman Mims, sponsor, and it's going to be co-sponsored by the rest of the council.
Okay, I got it.
All right?
Yes, sir, I have it. And that's on regular, correct?
Yes.
Okay, number 46 and 47, I am still missing those two items. I thought they were, that they were supposed to speak about it in finance today.
We did for number 45, Council President?
No, 46 and 47.
I'm sorry, 46, Council President, can I just put it on record? In finance today, I made a request to our CFO and to the business administrator that we would include from the former plan to this plan, if there are any variations between the two plans, and if anything will be missing for those, I believe, 15 employees that will be provided with the Braven Health medical advantage coverage. So just that's a request. I'm just putting it openly on the floor so that that attachment will be with this document in our voting session on next week. Thank you, Council President.
So can we put 46 and 47 on regular?
Okay, are these, who will be providing me with these two resolutions? I don't have them.
Number 46 is completed, And we can send that to you tomorrow, Madam Clerk. Number 47 is still pending the outcome of our brokers' work to get us policies for renewal.
So why are we having it here then?
Do you recall we discussed it in the Finance Committee?
Correct. That was the minute though that I stepped out probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
So.
I have to step out to talk to Madam Clerk regarding the workshop meeting.
Okay. There's nothing yet. There's nothing of substance. There is nothing to create a resolution. It's simply a placeholder. If we do have policies, we can put them on the 29th, the year-end meeting.
Got it. All right.
So we can take that off of the meeting next week.
I have a question, Marge, Mr. President, if I may. I noticed the title said resolutions with an S. Is that an error, or will there be more than one resolution for number 47?
There may have been. Madam Clerk, we're just going to take that off for next week.
Take off 47?
Yes, please.
Just remove it?
Yes.
47, I'm sorry, I maybe misunderstood what you said earlier. So number 46 is on regular, 47 is off. Okay, perfect. So moving on to 48, Mr. President, that's fire.
Yes, 48.
In the water's contract for Motorola Solutions, delivery of radios for multi-departments. Are you gonna talk to me? The chief is
This coming out of COVID funding? Let me check it out.
Council President, this is not COVID funding, this is budgeted. This is for beginning next year, not out of this year. So this is for purchase of radios for the police and the fire departments as a whole. The radios are roughly 20 years old. What I did was, I went and did a lease purchase agreement so we could get all the radios up front. There's a 3-year service and maintenance agreement within that where they replace and repair. It's a 3.84% financing. We're doing it this year and getting the resolution done now so we can lock in this year's prices. And there'll be a raise in price probably roughly in the $450 to $500 range per radio, which would increase the cost roughly $200,000 to $250,000.
Steve, can I ask you a question? Harry,
sure.
To you and Harry, actually.
Yeah.
8-year contract?
Yeah, I mean, these things are, in order to make this reasonable, the annual that we can pay for it, this was. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Council President, the question is?
Well, no, I just have a question. We have an 8-year contract. It's not common that we have contracts for so long. I want to know why and what's the legality of the 8-year contract.
And this particular contract is under the state contract with Motorola, and we have had, basically when it comes to the fire department, when we purchase equipment, we do the same process. We go to the leasing company in order to provide the funding, pay upfront to the vendor, and then we pay a monthly fees to the vendor under the contract. They had a lease agreement. We did a couple of trucks, I think the excavator, and some ambulances for the fire department, the same fashion. Some were 7 years, 8 years. And yeah, we had done this in the past. And the other ones were co-ops, national co-ops. We happen to be a state contract vendor. First time that we're using that methodology to address this. So I haven't heard anything to the contrary. So that's the reason we presented it to the city council this way. But it's good about this contract. I don't know if you can see and tell whereas they're offering a trading value for the equipment that we have in the amount of $315,777, which I believe in all the trading that we have done in the past.
is really something good for the city.
So the reason I asked you that question is because, technology changes all the time, Harry. And let's say that in 3 or 4 or 5 years, we decide that, you know what? We're no longer going to use radios. We're going to use something else, right? Then we stuck with this radios. We stuck with this contract, I mean.
Council President, I did ask a question to the vendor, and these particular radios, as the chief can attest to that, they have the life expectancy in between 12 or 15 years. Meaning we're doing this for 8 years, and good maintenance that we do have. We had the radio with no expense after the 8 year, more like durable to another 4 or 5 years, if we maintain it right.
Well, Harry, that wasn't the question. Let's say, you know how you have Uber and Lyft?
Yes.
Press a button. Let's say that this is going to be used for ambulances, right? And there is something better that comes out, right? So now we stuck with radio for 8 years? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, but basically you're correct about the technology, but these two-way radios, I believe that most of these there are. The only thing that have to be regulated for the standard and the FCC and the radio control frequency that the department need to have. And technology, even though advanced every 6 months, I don't think that will affect too much when it comes to radios.
Right.
Cell phones, yes, cell phones we have every 3 months and no unit come out.
So if other concerns, we're going to put this on regular number 48.
And Council President, if I could add one thing for that, as far as technology, the radios that we're getting are specifically ready to be changed to digital, which is the next wave of radio technology that we can go to the digital. As far as radio platforms, we see nothing coming in the near future that is going to remove the use of radios. And they've been used for the radios we've had right now. I know Harry states that these ones are good 12 to 14. We're using radios that are going on 20 years. And so this is it's a necessity, and it's either that or we have to go out to bond for about $2.1 million up front.
So this is supported by our budget, $300,000 almost on a yearly basis, and $250,000 in some years.
Yes, and I did push this when I did my budget. The budget is the hearing. I did put this in as one of my key points in budget development, and I'm doing it in concert with the police department together. So the more we buy, we get a cost savings, and then the police have adequate radios and fires adequate radios.
Thank you, Chief. All right, let's continue, Madam Clerk. Let's put this on regular.
Yes, I have that, sir. The next one is 49, the Public Works. It's a state of New Jersey for Road 20, Paterson Safety, Drainage, and Research.
Regular. Councilman Mendes.
Thank you. Director, on 49, so we specified, that we planning to, bring the level up of Route 20 by Home Depot because of the flooding that we faced that we have in that area. And on this project along Route 20, we're gonna have to conduct any eminent domain on any of those property on this side of the river. So any eminent domain, and also we're not. I would like to know if we including by laws, the section by laws, which is it gets flooded tremendously there. I know some work have to be done by Home Depot, by Fifth Avenue, and also by that section. That's the question that I have.
Okay.
This is a project that is being done by New Jersey DOT. It is not a city project. You are correct that they are looking to do some significant grade changes in the vicinity of Home Depot to alleviate the road flooding there. And they will be required, specifically New Jersey DOT, will be required to secure all the necessary approvals from New Jersey DEP, from EPA, from the Corps of Engineers. Everything that's required is their obligation to secure in order to have the project move forward. As far as eminent domain is concerned, the last set of plans that they have provided to the city for review, which I'm going to say is probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, did not call for any taking of land.
All right.
Thank you.
50 and 51, Mr. President, these were items that were removed from November 10th meeting and we were asked to place them back on the agenda.
Number 51, Council President.
50 and 51.
Yeah, let's put 50 on consent. I don't know, those are first reading ordinances. All right. So, let's leave it let's go to 51 now.
51, Council President. 51 is the same item that we removed. This is the business that is located outside of City Hall, that even today, they have furniture, mattresses, they have been cited over 100 times. They've been doing a lot of things that are egregious to the quality of life in the city of Paterson. And this is the same item that we removed for the same reasons previously. Giving them a commercial loading zone is like giving them a bonus. They have been continuously violating the process. There's no sidewalk sales every day. I'm sure each and every one of us have seen the mattresses, furniture outside of the store. Adding a commercial loading zone to that area would be just a travesty. It would circumvent the process of our inspectors that are continuously going out there, giving tickets to them, and then having to go to court for them to get tickets to be removed or not to be charged after they continually violate. So I'm asking for this item once again to be removed. It was removed before and I see it's added back. Council President, I believe this item should be removed.
I think, Mr. President, I think this item failed the last time. I'm gonna double check. I'll let you know. I think they will have voted on it.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm just curious, Council President, who's bringing this item forward? I'm the councilman in the first ward. This is in the heart of the first ward.
Oh.
And I don't know who's actually making the effort.
DPW, Patty. Well, Councilman Velez is the chair, so I want to hear from the DPW director. Who brought this to your committee, director?
The original brought in by Councilman Velez. It was vetted through our traffic engineer, I believe, Hung Chalazan. He agreed with this ordinance. The last time it was taken off was in a bundle package. It was taken off of a couple other things that were taken off. We didn't get a chance to explain why we were recommending it. Hung Chalazan right now, if he can explain why the city's recommending the loading zone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this one was really, I received the twice kind of concerns, complaints through BA's office and Councilman Velez. And the complaint was about the double parking trucking right at the spot in front of the furniture store. And I visited myself a couple of times, and also I see the issues, and I talked to the store and about their schedule to have the truck and trailers coming to do their loading and loading. So they provide information. They are having 1 to 2 times a week of the trailers and about 10 times for the regular truck. So, and see, there's another loading zone, which is though in the same block, but it's quite away, close to the Church Street. So that's why I recommend it. But I understand the city council member that's concerned with the business, but it is kind of unrelated to this loading zone. And that was the decision that the committee brought back.
But, Council President.
Councilwoman.
But even with that stated from our engineer, it's a bad spot. It's currently a spot that collects revenue for parking, so you'll lose a parking space. It's on the corner. It's a very short space to the corner. So even if a truck is parked there, whether double park, regular parking, it is a recipe for an accident because it's a big truck on the corner. It is. I just think it should not. Council President, it's up to you. This has been removed and now I see it's back on the agenda. There should not be a commercial loading zone right there on that corner. I've seen them many times with them bringing items out and in. The problem I have is what is going on outside on that curb. I'm sure, I mean, every council member has had to see it. All the furniture, mattresses outside on the curb. That has nothing to do with a truck pulling up to take out or take in. So I don't understand what the need is to take away parking spots from residents that need to go in and pay their bills at City Hall or to go to some of the businesses downtown, that we would need to give a commercial parking spot on that corner.
Well, we're putting it.
Okay, so we're removing number 51. Okay, off. Okay. So moving on, Mr. President, to
More items, thank you, council. Have a good night.
Thank you.
52.
We have one more for you, Billy. No.
There's no more, I don't think so. 52 and 53 and 54, those are finances. Revenue, special item of revenue and appropriation.
So let's look at 54 real quick.
54, okay. Special item of revenue and appropriation, CFE Fund, Financial Empowerment Center Implementation Grant.
So this is related to the other one. So the other one's the agreement. So this is my point, right? March, this is my point, March. So we have a resolution here. Is this the same thing? So we have a resolution here. Is this a
One was 40. Okay.
So this is to vote to actually put the grant in the budget, but this is the initial question I have for you. That's the same question I have for the other one. So if you put this in the budget, we actually gonna have a budget line item for 150, a grant in the books, but this grant requires a match. Normally, when you require a cash match, you set it up for 300,000 in our books. And that's why we're asking for all the community required. That's the reason.
See, now this particular, this is a resolution to insert into this budget, TY 20 budget, the $150,000 grant. But in actuality, it really shouldn't be here. It's a January grant.
So this one is pulled
one. This one doesn't have to go on. So, question. So Kathleen, what would happen in the temporary budget?
You put it there, you don't need approval.
Right, but this is the reason why we were doing this is because if you go back to number 28, authorizing the contract, we're using the grant money from this, and it includes a payment in December.
So let's pull.
So that's why.
Can we pull 28 also?
Mm-hmm. Because all of them were connected as part of this.
Okay,
and that,
connected, let's pull them all.
Take off
28.
28, 44, and the 54?
Yes.
Okay, I do have that. Are we going back to 52 and 53?
No, those are just,
Those are okay?
yeah.
And thanks for 52 and 53?
Anything special about those two margins, those are recurring grants.
They're recurring grants. 52 and 53, it's just a timing because we're now calendar year.
So let's do 55.
Okay, Mr. President, 52, 53 consent? No, we don't need it. I don't think we need 6 votes for these. I don't think so.
52, 53 consent.
Okay, 55 is higher. That's a water contract. Paterson Industries provide 911 software support and remote monitoring for the fire department.
Is 54 is removed, Council President?
Yes.
Okay.
Also 28 is removed.
And they're taking out 28, okay.
And 44, those 3. Okay, 55, I think the chief is there?
Yes, no, I'm here.
He's there.
Just briefly, you summarize what this is, briefly.
This is the annual payment for the 911 system to monitor it, antivirus, and to run the system. It's within budget.
Just put this in consent.
Yeah.
55%, okay.
Thank you, have a good night.
Now we have 56 and 57, these are for Councilwoman Mims,
Thank you, have a good night.
Put those two on regular.
56 and 57.
Yes.
Legal is working on these two, they'll give those to me, 56 and 57. Moving on to finance, these are some entertainment show license for the cattle.
And so, where's Councilman Al? This is his.
Regular, you guys tried, Council President tried.
We wasn't, Councilman, we wasn't trying to do nothing,
Council President tried to keep this at the end of the night thinking I was gonna leave.
No, I don't put the order like that.
I stayed till 2 in the morning with, trying to.
I don't agree.
No, I can, Mr. President, I can explain why these items are all over the agenda like this. We normally have them in alphabetical order. We get them late. These were given to us today.
Council President tried hiding this, Madam Clerk. He tried.
It's not him. It's from my end.
I'm just joking around.
The vote can go 58 and 59 regular.
Yes, put them on regular.
Councilman Al?
So I'm gonna reach out to the residents, to get some more feedback. I will reach out to the council president. I just wanna let them know that they're on. I haven't received many complaints, about this establishment since we've had our last meeting on October, but a lot of dynamics have changed. So I don't know if it's the establishment or because of the governor's orders and not many, I'm gonna do some more investigative stuff.
So Councilwoman Mims, so when this took place, like some of our concern was basically the outside, the outdoor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just creating a lot of problems for the neighbors. So, we asked for them, we said we're gonna entertain it again maybe in December, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we have here. We entertain a discussion, like Councilman said. If there's no issues there, I don't think we're in the business of just not letting people make a living as long as it's being responsible, right? And not affecting the residents.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna give them an opportunity. Do you want them to come before us, Councilman?
If I would want them to come in front of a workshop, like what Councilwoman Cotton said before, I wouldn't want it in a live meeting.
How about we do this? You speak to the constituent in the area, right? If there's an issue, we could bring them in.
Absolutely, I will definitely reach out to my constituents, and they'll be on the meeting if they have any questions, concerns. I'll tell you one thing, they have said the area has been quieter, but like I said, is this because of the business being responsible, or because of the dynamics and the situation that we're in right now, right? So I hope they have been following the mayor's executive orders and the governor's orders, but I think I would want more information. I think the council should get more information from October to this date. What's the update? If things are going good, then let's keep it that way. They're doing the responsible thing. So
let the record. So that is our request, Madam Clerk. We want to know any activities that have taken place, any calls, any issues in the establishment during that time period. So
there, Mr. President, there was an attachment today that came up. Maybe you haven't gotten a chance to see. I didn't read it in detail, but I'll forward it again to the council. An attachment came with the resolution.
Yeah, you gave it to me you guys gave it to me a few moments ago.
Yeah, we just got it this afternoon, late afternoon, so it was not sent to the whole package on Friday, so.
And Madam Clerk, do we get the same thing for Dr. Cave?
I didn't have anything for Irving and Gloria. There was just a resolution. I knew this was taken. They did not attend the last meeting and we removed it. I have nothing, just a resolution.
Councilor, what time period you specified?
From September-ish, October-ish.
Wow.
So, what do you have?
Well, I see a few calls here. Let me see. So, quality of life call. Noise also, another call on the 13th, 14th, on the 10/10, assault. On October 3rd, there's noise complaint. Okay. Then you have like parking violation, you can't hold, verbal dispute, that's probably stuff that take place outside, but so we could discuss it further, Councilman.
Yeah, I need that info. The whole council should have that. I will have the residents and reach out and be involved and see what's been happening over there.
And we need the same thing for, Dr. Cave, Council President, which is the next item.
So let me ask you, Council President, so you're bringing, this.
We don't have anything, we don't have, and this is what I'm saying, right?
Are you bringing them to the meeting next week?
Yeah, we should ask them to come over. So number 60, I don't see anything attached.
No, there is no attachment, Mr. President, we just have the resolution.
So this is what I'm saying, right? So we have an entertainment license, and if we're gonna implement something, I know we might ask because of past problems, we might ask some businesses for more things, but I've heard the council complain all the time about Dr. Cave. Were they closed? Maybe they were closed, maybe that's the reason why there's nothing attached to them?
Well, it should have been something from last time.
I know, but this is not,
that's all.
Mr. President, I can explain. The last time they were invited to the meeting and we were not able to contact anyone, so no one came to the meeting, and that was the reason why it was not taken off, because they were invited with I think there were two other companies as well, two other proprietors, but they didn't turn up.
But no, what happened was they had the attachment on the last time. The attachment was on the last meeting.
Can look back at the last one and see.
But we still need it from the last time up till now.
The last time, that's what we needed to do was transfer it to this one, but.
And they need to be present, because they had some, a lot of activity.
Yeah.
All right, so what are we doing with Dr. Cave? Are we putting it?
Well, you can leave it on there, and if he don't show up, then you gonna take it off again.
All right, let's leave those two in.
Keep that one at 60.
You need to see the activity, whatever that looks like, I don't know what the details of that looks like.
Let's leave it on. If we get the report and it has a lot of activity, then we'll vote it down.
Vote it down.
Just check the file for the last one to see if there was any attachment, but I knew the reason for it was because they did not attend the meeting. One of the reasons. Okay, I'll ask them to invite them again. Okay, Mr. President, there is no other item on the.
Could we do a motion to close the meeting?
Second.
Councilman Delacy, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the workshop session of December 8th, 2020. Councilman Abdul.
So last Tuesday, I want to apologize to Councilman Alex Mendez and Councilman Shaheen Khalik. I left the meeting early. Congratulations. I know I called both you guys after the elections to congratulate you guys, but formally I want to congratulate you guys and welcome you onto the council. I look forward to working with both you guys as both of your wards border my ward, and I know that I have some ideas that I want to share with you guys. To my council colleagues, everyone have a great night. It's Paterson, good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Tan?
Thank you, Missy. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to give my condolences to Linda Smith, her daughter Rashonda and son. She passed away. She has been, I've known her probably for the last 40 years, but she was part of OIC when they first came to Philadelphia with Harvey Nutter, so I just want to extend my condolences to the family. Also, there was a severe hit and run in my ward on 10th Avenue and East 23rd Street. I've spoken to the sister of the gentleman that he's really not in good shape, but I want us to keep him in prayer that he can recover. And even for my Linda Smith, let's keep her children and grandchildren in prayer. But I just want to say to my council colleagues that sometimes it's not good to post things that makes other people really feel bad. And I looked at the video of of the man that got hit, and it was like so bad. So I think that when his sister looked at it, it was like really so. Let's just keep Mr. James more in our prayer that he's able to recover. But as you all know that there is a serious problem here in the city. I'm not sure how we're gonna be able to kind of address some of the stuff that's going on with the speeding and the people turning, you got the green light and people got the red light and they turn red on the green light right in front of you. I don't know, we have to, something is definitely gonna have to give. But I just wanna send my condolences to these two family members, and please, please out there, just say a prayer for them. I know that we're still in this pandemic, and we still have. I still need for you to be safe out there, to practice safe distances with everyone because we're not quite sure how this is going. I plan on still doing my 37th annual Christmas dinner at the Masonic Temple on Christmas Day, which is December 25th. It's going to be a grab and go again, so I plan on doing that. I just want to say to you all out there, Fourth Ward, City of Paterson constituents, residents, you know, we have to do our best to be safe. We have to do our best to do what we can for each other and each one of us in our community. So I just want to say to you all out there, God bless you all. Be safe. We're still all in the struggle together. So I need you to do that. So Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
all your help you really do an extraordinary job, Madam Clerk, with your staff and how short that your office is upstairs, but you do an excellent job, and I just want you to know that I appreciate everything that you do, for especially for me and, all the council members, because you go above and beyond. So with that being said, to all my, administrators and out there, have a good night. To my BA, to my, chief of staff, Ellen, to my BA, to my corporation counsel, to my finance director. Have a good evening, council members. Truly, I care for you all. You're wonderful. I'm glad that we can laugh and talk and joke together and still yell at each other, which is a wonderful thing, don't you think? But anyhow, everyone have a good night. City of Paterson, God bless you all. Have a good night. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Councilman Khalid?
Everyone have a good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Ortiz, thank you. Congratulations. I'm definitely looking forward to work with you in a lot of the projects that, the third ward and the sixth ward, we're right there, together, especially, with Eastside Park. I'm looking forward to sit down with you. There's a lot of things that have to be taken care of. Eastside Park, the maintenance of the park, the safety of the park. And to all my third ward residents, I'm up there, hitting and running, going around, assessing the problem that has been going on with the third ward. I have a great and successful meeting with the director of DPW, and I would like to share to all my third ward constituents that we addressed, all the section where speeding has been a humongous problem in the third ward, especially 11th Avenue and East 80. It's just unacceptable. 18th Avenue, what has been going on there. We have a great plan in place, so we're working on, and definitely, so I had a conversation with administration in terms of East 42nd that haven't been resurfacing for years and years.
I have, the news that it's gonna happen this, by the spring, we're gonna be able to get East 42nd totally refurbished. And East 17, there's a lot of things going on, but we out there doing the work. And I just wanna mention this, I mean, 10th Avenue, is part of the third ward, as also part of the fourth ward. And I'm extremely concerned with what's going on with 10th Avenue, and Councilwoman, Kaplan and I, we had a conversation, but I definitely believe that we have to put a plan in place. I had a conversation with some of the business owner, because of the shooting that happened in 10th Avenue yesterday, literally yesterday, and they definitely, they want to see police officer walking on 10th Avenue, block by block. That's their dream, that's what they're expecting. We definitely have to sit down and put a plan together about how we're gonna address the quality of life and the crime in 10th Avenue. And I'm just looking forward to be out there tomorrow morning. I feel blessed because I tested negative with COVID-19. I did my test, the result came in, I'm healthy, and I'm just blessed by that, and I'm looking forward to just continue to work tomorrow morning. So if you have any question, to all my third ward resident in the city of Paterson, you got my personal number, which is 973-930-1436, and my vote is just about to occur. Have a great night, guys.
Okay, Councilman Mee?
So first of all, let me thank, DPW after 2 years of fighting and demanding on the council, DPW and administration, on East 26th and 7th Ave. The lines are out and there is a, miniature sign there for speeding. It's something they're testing out to see if it will curb the accidents in that area. So I wanted to give kudos to DPW and the administration, because the residents are very excited. They know I've been door to door for 2 years. I think, Director Spezial is not on anymore, but I'll reach out to him regarding, some of the speed caution signs that are gonna be placed in a couple areas, and where there's a lot of, traffic and one fatality that took place over in the same vicinity. So I'll reach out to Director Spezial on tomorrow. On December 18th, I am having a grab and go December to remember in Bear Trap Park. So we'll have, different sponsors that are participating. We have Creative Kids that will be doing hot cocoa and candy canes for kids. We have soup, we'll have, snacks and so many things, but please grab, go, we'll have some music. We'll have some surprise appearances as well, but it's a time to, even through the COVID experience, we have to be able to show some type of love and appreciation to, the great city in which we love so well. I want to say to, this council and to the city of Paterson, please keep our family in prayer. We lost 4 family members in 14 days, 2 aunts, 2 cousins, and our family is really going through some trying times. So I ask for, the city of Paterson, please keep our family lifted in prayer. One of the funerals is tomorrow, and then the others are to follow, but please keep our family in prayer. My heart goes out to, Rashana and to her brother, and to the Grands, and the passing of one of Paterson's greatest cheerleaders, Ms. Linda Shirley Smith, who passed away as well. So we are praying for you and so many other people that have passed away, so many names, that we know and some people that we don't, but we're still praying for you and lifting you up, because it's such a trying time, especially when it comes to a holiday time. So our prayers go out to you. I continually pray for our city. I want to thank Madam Clerk, and Deputy Clerk and all of our secretaries. They do a phenomenal job day in and day out, calling, making sure we're coming to the meetings, making sure the paperwork is right, answering our many requests, and doing it with a smile and always with patience. So I thank you for that. To our administration, it's not that we're being hard, it's just just making sure that we cover ourselves in the city. It's not always, oh my God, I can't believe they said this to me. For me, I'm gonna speak for myself. It's about covering us. We have to make sure we are protected at all times when it comes to anything that we're voting on, and that's why it's our responsibility to do our due diligence on all these items. So, thank you, Council President, for all that you do and the hard work that we've done since July 1st, and so many more things to come as we come to the end of this year. For those that I may talk to or not, I want to say happy holidays to all of you, and I want to say a happy early birthday to me, since we will only have one more meeting before the end of the year. And because my son's birthday is Friday, my youngest son will be 18 years old. So I'm giving him a great shout out. He's a high school senior, and I want to shout him out on tonight's broadcast. Happy birthday, Josiah. I love you. God bless you. God bless this great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So, I just want to let the residents know that we all care, especially, council members, we care about quality of life. So I sat with the mayor to discuss that program that we should implement. We often hear, I got several calls last weekend about properties not being maintained. So I made a recommendation, then I found out later on, I got a call from someone stating that Jersey City and I think Hoboken have something similar where, we hire entities or unions to come in and clean some of these properties. Right now, DPW doesn't have the manpower to do so, so that project's in the works. The reassessment program. This is very important to me because I always put myself in other people's shoes. Councilman Mendes, you're a realtor. You know how some of these people they want to realize the American dream of owning a home. And when the banks issue them the mortgage, they take a lot of things into account. And one of the things they take into account is the taxes, right? To see if that person could afford those properties. And anywhere else in the county, I'm gonna stay with the county, and most of the municipalities, the 560 something municipalities, when a property is purchased, right, it doesn't drive the taxes up. It does not. You tell me otherwise, Councilman, because I have asked many people, many loan brokers, mortgage brokers, it doesn't drive. So this was bothering me for a while. I wanted the company to come in, and I want to thank Mark Sharon for bringing them in, because that's why it's important to also talk to your colleagues. I spoke to Councilwoman Mims. Thank you very much for sharing that. You told me earlier that they have helped some of the people that you have sent to them. But it's funny, when I went to them, and Marge, this is true, they told me they couldn't do anything. So I'll be calling tomorrow the assessor from the county, and you know what? We are going to contemplate maybe potentially hiring more people in that department, but we need accountability. We want to know that they're doing their work. So what do we have in place to make sure that they're going to perform their duties? Because the structure that we have is legally they answer to the county. But we're paying them with taxpayers' money here in the city of Paterson. So I am very upset. I am very happy that I was upset, but now I'm happy that the people that I told that they would not be able to help them, now they offer to meet with them. So I'm going to ask them to call and set up an appointment and explain their situation. Some of these homeowners might have been able to pay a mortgage of $2,500 to $2,800, right? But no, the initial mortgage was $25,000. When the bank does their escrow and everything based on the taxes, they end up paying $35,000. So that's $1,000 increase. I don't know many people that are buying their first home and have a 9-to-5 job that could afford that type of increase like this. So thank you for your help, council colleagues. Like I tell the administration all the time, we're going to continue to work with you, but you have to be prepared. You have to convince us. I told you guys this when I took office. I asked a simple question. If you cannot provide an answer to a simple question, and I don't want to, kick the dead horse. Bottom line is, some of these items were pulled tonight. Hopefully, we get some clarification and we could add them on later on. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Good night and enjoy your weekend. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session of December 8th, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Good night, thank you.
Don't forget, Council President, I need to see you.
That's right, I forgot about that.
Okay. Good night, y'all.